Hey, Maya? Maya, can you hear me?
Number 2 get the ball. He passes to number 3. Number 3 get the ball. I am blue sky. I am blue sky.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me, right?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing
you. Yeah, we're just waiting for Tomalin and the other guests to come in. It's gonna be it's gonna be a lively show tonight.
But in the meantime, we will be playing the Lone Star team song until we get the folks.
Okay, yeah, you can just go ahead and be playing it then.
Okay.
Yep. And just check the chat. You can just check the chat. Normally, I don't like to talk over the music, so I put my messages in the chat. Yeah,
okay.
Just keep your eyes on the chat then. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
So Facebook will no copyright to any song playing in the background here. We own no copyright to any song playing in the back here. We own no copyright to any song playing in the back at Facebook. We own no copyright to any song playing in the background Facebook. This is a special edition of the closing argument. We own no copyright. So if you are just joining the show, this is the closing argument. A special edition.
Number 2 get the ball. He passes to number 3. Number 3 get the ball. He passes to number 5. Number 5 get the ball. He passes to number 8. Number 8 get the ball. He passes to number 9. Number 9 get the ball.
So before the team comes on,
Everybody clap for Lusa.
let's keep playing this song.
Everybody clap for Lusa. Clap for Lusa. Only player.
So this song is dedicated to the late Albert Knight. One of Liberia. A longest player. So Facebook no copyright. So if you are just joining us, please share the live. So we'll just pause the
Mr. George.
Yes,
you flexing your national colors today, eh?
Yeah, it's good to be on the show, man. It's a solemn occasion. You know, you and I, we owe enough to have witnessed the great Abana. I told Myean, I said, Myean, I don't think his.
Yeah, Myean won't know about Abana.
Yeah, but it's just befitting that we honor this soccer legend, someone who played for the Liberian national team, the Lone Star. He also went on to play for Invincible 11 IE. And like I said, soccer was
in the 70s
and the 80s.
In the 70s, Myean.
Yeah, 1979.
Yeah, it was like before, back in the day, the guys would have been playing with, making millions because they played. Yeah, you see the great, all these guys are playing European soccer. These guys play the same way, you know. So with all, we just decided to, people reached out to us to host their special edition. He'll be buried on Saturday in Newark, New Jersey. I think so, yeah. And so we have invited his former coach. He also a former national deputy minister of youth and for sports, the Honorable Mabu Richards, someone who has paid his dues. He played for Lone Star too. He played the game, and also he helped a lot of players today that was successful in their career. And we thank God that he's still around, looking good, and to share some memories of Abana and also the Lone Star. It's a pleasure, a great opportunity, a pleasure to welcome the Honorable Mabu Richards, former Deputy Youth Minister for Sports and former national team coach. He coached the late Abana, and he's a soccer administrator, someone who we all pay our dues to him, respect him for what he did for our country. I want to say, Mr. Richards, thank you for your service to our country, Liberia. We are indebted to you and many others who brought our soccer to a level that we're proud of back in the day, because it was during your time that Liberia won, I think the only tournament we have won, the Six Nation tournament, within our tournament in Monrovia. And so Mr. Richards and my friend and brother, Siafa Diggs, who is also a Liberian historian, he knows a lot of stuff. He's here tonight, and Myean D. Torgbean is in Liberia, and we look forward to having a very, very interactive night and to hear a lot from you. People are listening. Some people who weren't born, like Myean wasn't born, but they cannot appreciate you guys. People are listening from around the world to listen to you share some thoughts about Abana and the whole Lone Star and so forth. So, Richards, thank you for coming.
Thank you too for inviting me.
So, Mr. Diggs, you want to give some intro, then we can get it going?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Richard. Thanks for taking your time to share this night with us. I know I don't think anybody on the platform knows Abana more than you do, or anybody on the platform knows more about Liberian football more than you do. I mean, you grew up in a football family, so it's a great opportunity for us to share this time with you and get some knowledge on Liberian football. I mean, it's always been a folksy conversation, so at least we have somebody who are eyewitness to most of these events, past and present, and I would take this time to express our heartfelt thanks for your contribution towards football in Liberia. And hopefully the other folks will want. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And just a full disclosure, you got 2 Barrow men on this show, so I think you're the only IE man on this show right now. So,
well, you know, there's a history about IE and Barrow. I don't know whether the Barrow people understand or know that. For those who know the history of Barrow, know that it's because of IE that Barrow came into existence. There was a team called GIE that IE beat 7-0, and they dissolved that team and renamed it, came up with the name Barrow. So I always joke people and say that IE is the father of Barrow. When Barrow be beating IE, I say they're being disrespectful to IE. But there's a relationship IE and Barrow have, and we continue to maintain that. A lot of my close friends played for Mari Barrow. Fokke Nipe, for example, is a very close friend of mine. Okay. Solomon Sipley also. So, the IE Barrow rivalry used to be there, and we're trying to see if we can bring it back.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Richards, like you just said, back in the day, it was like you could drive a Barrow player in your car, they could go to your office, you pay their way, send the late SB did the same thing too. It wasn't, the rivalry was there. When they came to the game, it was there, yes. But after the game, if Waka Heron saw you go to you were getting something, the other person go to take care of them. Say, oh, we're going to play for my team, but it was there. And you guys, we're much younger, but we saw the role you played. You, SB, the late, what the lady, Barrow lady name? And Thelma
George.
Yeah, we saw it. And that's why, it pains me nowadays when I see the teams that are representing Liberia and say, oh my God, the people only knew. That's why I'm not too freaked out for the European League, because I feel they have betrayed our own national league. But that was the day that the Barrow and IE were playing Sunday, the whole week. Forget it. The IE, even in the house, like in my home, I think only my brother and my older sister were the only IE people, rest of all Barrow people. So the whole week, the argument on, everybody on, keeping speech for each other. When we go to watch the game, when they come from the game, if Barrow beat, forget it. They will go in the room and go quick. IE beat, everybody mad. But that was the time we enjoyed, But tonight we are talking about Albert Nah. One for you to tell the people watching around the world. You got right now, we got more 800 person watching live. We don't know who watching on YouTube and listen to the radio in Morocco. We don't know, but they are watching around the world. But tell us, who was Albert Nah?
Well, I got to meet Albert in 1976. I had finished my college education, and I returned home. And being an IE man, my father being the first captain of IE, founding member, there was no way I would be playing for any other team but IE. And so Albert and I met as players of IE. We played together in 1976. We played in the league, and right after the league, I left to come back to the States to do my master's. But as a young footballer, many players and even coaches used to say that I was a very fast runner. I could run. There were not many defenders that could match up with me. But when I saw this young man, Albert Nah, joining the IE team, he was a special package. Albert had speed. He had dribbling ability. I mean, he could go through defenses. And I think this is why many refer to him as the scissors. But Albert had a unique ability to be able to shoot while dribbling. Most guys, when they're about to shoot, they telegraph. You see them positioning themselves. They, as I said, cocking the gun. But Albert had the unique ability to hit while on the run and while dribbling. So he caught many goalkeepers off guard. I came back in 1978 after completing my master's, and I met Albert on the team as well. And we had a coach, a Ghanaian coach, who was preparing our team for the 1979 league. And that team had a lot of top-notch players like Sakpa, Anthony Gray, Frank Jericho, Joka, Mile Freeman, Benedict Wise, Vinicius Charlie. We had some Ghanaian players, Ben Morte, Kofi Ntin, and one Collins Fargo, who was our goalkeeper. We're preparing for the league. And so Alba was part of that squad. And our coach suddenly left, and I was asked to take over as player coach. So that's how I got involved as a coach of Invincible 11. Okay, so I had the opportunity to play with Albert on the team in 1976. And then in 78, I had the opportunity to serve as his coach. And, the Chinese came in latter part of 78 to sign the contract to build the SKD Stadium, what is now called the SKD Stadium. And they brought a team from one of the provinces. At the time, the national team was preparing in Yekepa for the Six Nation tournament. And so the team came down to play the Chinese team. They drew, and at the time I was employed as a labor relations officer at the Ministry of Labor, Youth and Sports. And Mr. Willis Knuckles, who was the assistant minister, called me the following day and asked if I could play the Chinese. Well, we played them and we beat them 4-0. And as a result of that, I was asked to serve as an assistant coach on the national team in preparing the national team for the Six Nation tournament. But Alba was an integral part of that squad. There was a lot of young players, that Josiah Johnson invited to that squad. Waka Heron, Benedict Wise, Anthony Nagbe, Mile Freeman. These were young players that Josiah saw as a future for Liberian football, and Alba was part of that squad. As you rightfully said, we won the tournament, and that, I believe, helped to prepare the IE team for the 1979 league. Alba was an integral part of that winning team. We won the league and the knockout. And just the other day, I was talking to Benedict Wise, and he reminded me, we decided to have a highest goal scorer award. And to not make players selfish, we said, if you scored a goal, you get 1 point. If you made an assist on that goal, you also got a point. So it was equally important to assist as it was to score. Well, at the end of the season, Alba scored more goals, but Benedict had a greater number of points, combination goals and assists. So he won the trophy. Alba, being as competitive as he was, I believe up until his death, felt that he should have gotten the highest goal scorer award, But that's who Alba was. He was a brilliant football player, had exceptional skills. He was a great striker, a good teammate, and a very good friend. We maintained our friendship over the years. I travel back and forth to Liberia. I come to the States, and every time I come to the States, after greeting my family, there are 4 individuals I make contact with. George Telewoda first, Benedict Wise, Albert Na, and Fokin Nippy. It's a routine. So we maintain a very good friendship over the years, even when he went back home to start his business on Camp Johnson Road. And it was just sad to see that, Albert, having retired, looking forward to going home and spending the rest of his life there. His life was cut short. But, my wife always referred to Albert as the scissors. So when I mentioned to her that Albert had passed, she was shocked. And so we would like to extend our greater sympathy to the family to Siplewea, who I know personally. I also coached him, and the rest of the family for the passing of our friend Albert now.
Siafa?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, what a touching tribute. I will call it a tribute because if it's not a tribute, I don't know what it is. Okay, let me ask you a question, Mr. Richard. How did you get into football? I know your father was captain for IE. So, I mean, was it influence of your father? The reason I'm asking this question because we had a stigma back in Liberia that, football was grown-up people's sports. But now we got Mabu Richard, the son of Joe Richard, Liberia mining engineer, playing for IE and coaching IE, and playing with these guys from PHP. So, I mean, how did you get into football?
Well, as you rightfully said, my father was a founding member of Invincible 11. But what a lot of people really don't know is that IE, the original members of IE, were students of the College of West Africa, St. Patrick's, and Liberia College, what is now the University of Liberia. So these young men were students playing football back in 1943. So, the situation that footballers would amount to nothing. Many of those individuals who played on our IE team, like you indicated, my father was one of the first Liberia mining engineers. President Torgbean asked him to establish the GSA, so he established GSA from scratch. He also established the industrial free zone from scratch. Lawrence Morgan, a renowned lawyer, played for Invincible 11. Dr. Brewer, I think the first Liberian pathologist, played for IE. I mean, you go, Thomas Booker, for example, was Minister of Public Works. Dr. Charles Wofor, a footballer, PhD from Yale University. So there were many young footballers who, gained an education. But like you said, I grew up in the IE family. My father used to take me to IE games when I was about 4 or 5 years old. And there's a story he told me about a game between youth leaders and IE. I think they played about 3 or 4 times. And on this particular day, he dressed me in the IE uniform and took me on the field. And youth leader beat IE. And so the players said to him, "You never bring Mabu back on this field." But I was a good player, football player in the neighborhood. We live in the coconut plantation neighborhood directly behind Danny Howard. And I mentioned a lot of my friends were former Barrow players. Christopher Nippe was the one who introduced me to my first team, Rocket Section. Christopher Nippe became a goalkeeper for Mighty Barrow and the national team. Like I mentioned, Foket Nippe and myself go back in the 60s. We played together. Tia Fokofo, Felix Kofa, Coco Rare. We all played together. I played at CWA, and I got a scholarship to attend the University of Bridgeport in Connecticut, where I played from 71 to 75. But, the game of football, it provided me an opportunity to meet a lot of people. My upbringing, I was talking to Benedict just night before last. My parents always said to us, look, you happen to be in a situation where you're privileged, but you know better than any individual on the other spectrum of the pole. You when you cut yourself, you bleed. You breathe the same air. You're no better than anybody else. And so I grew up playing with a lot of kids in the neighborhood, the Cooper Farm area, Newport Street, Mecklin Street, YMCA. I made a lot of friends there. And so it was easier for me to get along because football was that common denominator that kept us together. And throughout the years, I'm 73 years old now. Football has still been my passion. But let me just say this. I have always believed that if you have the opportunity to help somebody, you do it. I remember in 1980 or so, I went to the University of Liberia and I spoke to the authorities there, and I said the national team, current national team, was made up of high school students, 11th and 12th graders. At the time, the university was accepting those who made the highest, school entrance scores. And I said to them, look, these guys may not make your 5% or 10%, but if they pass by virtue of being on the national team, they should be accepted. And the response to me was, we have to maintain our standards. Well, fortunately for me, about 6 weeks or so later, I got a call from my former coach at University of Bridgeport, the late Fran Bacon. And he asked me if there were any players in Liberia that could help the university. And so I made an opportunity for one player to go. The following year, 2 players went. And based on their performances, other colleges and universities started recruiting Liberian footballers. Then people were saying, oh, I was responsible. Lone Star players are all leaving to go to the States, But our national university was not willing at the time to create an opportunities for these young men to go to college. And back then, nobody was playing professional football. Everybody wanted to go to school, So to see, so many of the young men who went or went abroad or came to the States, on scholarships, were able to complete their schooling, better their circumstances, and planned to retire in Liberia. Many of them have built homes in Liberia, talking about going back. It's just, I mean, it pleases my heart to see that they did not, misuse the opportunities that were given them.
But Mr. Richards, how to call it? People today, the decline Liberian soccer as a whole. People say that the folks that came before, like you guys, left the stage. There was no foundation laid for them to continue. People today say that the farthest Liberian went in soccer was what they call the We Are 11, and where we almost went to the World Cup. Do you accept the blame that you guys didn't leave a foundation for the young folk coming after you guys to follow?
Well, as I indicated to you, I worked at the Ministry of Labor, Youth and Sports. I eventually got appointed assistant minister. But the late Walter Pelham, Samson Gabra, and myself, we organized what we call then the Junior Lone Star team. I always believe that you don't build a house from the roof, you build it from the foundation. And so if you are to develop your national team or even a club team, it's important for you to have a youth team, a feeder team to that national team or to that club. Back then we had Majestic was the junior team to IE, and Myean was the junior team to Barrow. So those players that you see that came into IE, the Jericho, the Johnny Grant, the Anthony Nagbe, the Anthony Grace, the Sakwa, Amelia Freeman, they all came from St. Jerry, and they moved into Majestic, and from Majestic into IE. So I always believe that in order for the national team to develop and excel, there was a need for youth programs. So I started the junior national team, Ansu Salif, Raymond Moulton, Hazel Gray, William Gray. I mean, so many of them became national team players. Mark Gibson. When I became a deputy minister for sports in 2006, one of the first things I did was to basically get in touch with the LFA. Being a former footballer, having been a player, having been a coach, an A licensed coach, like Josiah Johnson, Victor, and myself, Victor C. and myself got our A license in Germany in '79. I felt there was an opportunity for me to work along with the LFA to help to promote the game of football. So I had suggested that what we needed to do was to focus on developing our under 15, under 17 program. And that over the next 3 or 4 years, those players would gradually move on to the senior national team. I was suggesting that you get the best coaches, local coaches you have, assign them to the under 15, give them the basic fundamentals that will prepare them to move forward. I mean, let's look and see what Coach Keita did with our under 15 and our under 17. Today, you see many of those kids that came from the under 15, under 17, they are now going to Europe, right? There was a need for us to focus on developing our youth program within the money that FIFA provided, the LFA. There was money there for grassroots football. And one of the questions I was asking is, what's happening with the grassroots program? And I became public enemy number one for the football association. So, you know, when the George Weah group moved on, there was nothing. There wasn't a feeder team to that group, and I believe it's not until Mustafa Raji came in with the youth program, and you know, to start building the under 15, under 17 program. He's brought Dopoh Wisa now, who's talking about doing a national youth program, under 12 programs and stuff like that. This is the direction we have to go, you know. But football development is the responsibility of the Football Association. It's not the ministry. It's not the government. Okay. Basketball development is not the ministry. You know, everybody's, oh, the ministry not doing anything. The responsibility of developing football, basketball, table tennis, volleyball, whatever, is the various federations. It's their mandate. Okay. You hear this thing about non-interference, the government interfering in football. You've seen situations where FIFA, AFC have banned countries because the governments have insisted on appointing coaches and different things like that. So it has to do with the programs that the Football Association has for the development of the game.
Let me read a statement from a former national team player, also player of the LPRC Oilers, Nestor Senni. He said, Abana, the Scissor, whom I met over years through Liberia Actors Region in Philly, after I watched him play in Liberia in the 80s. I was privileged to have shared. What a great eulogy about Caesar, rest in peace. That's Nestor Senni. And we want to welcome, I think, the junior brother of Abana, also a former national soccer player too, Simply Weah. Want to say our condolences to you and your family, and we welcome you in a closing argument to share some of your memories of your brother and anything on your mind about soccer and whatever the case. But you have over 900 persons watching you live and other watching you, listening to you on radio and around the world on YouTube. So welcome, Mr. Weah. Welcome.
Thank you, Tomalin. Thank you, studio guests. I guess it's just Mabu and myself right now, and panelists. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, what's the question again? What can I share about Albert?
Yeah, about that and some of your memories about him, the thoughts, and also how you play with him. You play together too.
Yes, we did. Actually, Albert, 7 years my senior. He one of those persons that I adored. Just imagine having a brother who was a shining star, and all I needed to do was just try to emulate him and come close. And I was so lucky to have elevated to close to that level to play with him and other great players like Sakpa, Grant, and all of them. And of course, Mabu there, he one of those coaches, even though we're not talking about Mabu right now, but I want to mention him because he one of the coaches who saw the younger players as the basis for building a team, and showed that's why he thrust at us into the game with all the so-called gurus of the game, like Albert and Sakpa and the rest of them. And yeah, so that's one of my fond memory to play on the big field, like we used to call it back then, Anthony Thomas Stadium. It was always our wish to play on the big field, and I happened to do that. Of course, I went there prepared with experience from Bajenike and the great Batman before I got to IE, so it wasn't by fluke. But Albert, I mean, just knowing his scoring prowess is just something that most of us players that like him or played against him but not know for sure. And one thing I must say about Albert, he one of those players can stand still and kick a shot. I mean, a shot. Unlike just running towards the ball to kick. No, he would stand right there and score a magnificent goal. So that's the kind of person he was. As far as his family, Albert was a family man. He adored his family. Albert and I, though a little distant in age, but we're like brothers. We call each other Peking. Uh, and he was just adored by everybody. His children, who are his legacy now, adore their father. His brothers, those in Liberia and one here, and myself. We loved Albert, respected Albert, and Albert just a beacon of hope.
Let me also recognize the former IE team manager, George Telewola, watching live. Mr. Telewola, welcome. The IE folks are all here, but
yes, so IE people today, right? Today,
IE show, right? IE too. Similar, you play for IE too, or you play for?
Oh yeah,
I play. Like I said, I play with Albert, so it was IE.
A Lone Star. Okay, wow.
But Tomalin, you see the man wearing a yellow T-shirt, right?
Yeah, this is a memory of Albert right here.
Memory, nice T-shirt, simply.
Thank you.
I'm going to throw out a question to both you and Mr. Riches. Something I noticed for you players from the 70s and let's say the early 80s, whether it's IE, Barrow, Batman, St. Joseph Warrior, but I see that sense of, brotherhood amongst y'all. And every conversation that you always hear about Mabu Riches, Sempreneur, Mabu Riches. So, I mean, you guys tell us what happened during those years that up to today's date, I mean, that brotherhood still exists. I mean, it's very close. I talked to Tanu, I talked to Sipley, and it's always about, it's either Mabu or Sempreneur, Mabu, Sempreneur. So, can you guys share some of the secrets?
Well, Sipley, you want to go ahead? I can come in.
Okay. Well, even though we're talking about, like I said, we're talking about Abo, I had to put in Mabu. Mabu is just, he was a young coach with us. Abo and Mabu, I think it was still around the same area as age-wise. But Mabu was very stern, not stern in the fact that disciplinary kind of thing, but he made you to want to play. He is a very good coach. And as far as just quite recently, maybe about 5 years ago, when you coached the team in Habel, he was still doing his coaching. Madu, like I said, he did not discriminate as far as you were a senior player, junior player. Once you can play the game, he was happy there. And through Mabu, we play with our older brothers, and as they left, we stepped in and didn't miss a beat. I heard someone say, because of your brother, you went to IE, right? I said, no, I came with the credentials. Like I said earlier, there was other teams prior to Bajenike, and then it became Batman, obviously. And then I went to IE, which, of course, I loved all the time. And remembering Albert, I know we're talking about Mabu also now, remembering Albert, one of the first games I ever played for IE, it was, usually I'm not a header, but it was a header that I scored against Boy Cooper, and it was Albert who passed the ball to me. And then it went over as well. Albert would leave, and big brother is about to take over. I mean, small brother is about to take over. And according to that stimuli, I think about man, I had to do it to get my very first game.
Yeah, you asked about the brotherhood. You asked about the brotherhood, and I mentioned to you the name Christopher Nippe. Like I said, I got introduced to my first team by Christopher Nippe, Bubba D, the guy Julius D used to play for St. Joseph Warriors. But there were a lot of players that I got to know who were much older than 4 or 5 years older than I was, but we played together. But like Baba George, for example, Baba George and myself were very good friends. Samson Gabra, Samuel Toe, who played for Barrow. I remember I met Samuel Toe. We used to play. We had a team called Young Warriors on the Old Road. George Telewoda and myself played on that team. Stanley Brisbane played on that team. And Samuel Toe I met at the Haywood Mission. So I've known Samuel Toe from the 60s, and we maintain our friendship. It was important. I mean, you establish relationship with individuals, and it's not just about the game, like you said. At the end of the game, your friendship is still there. You maintain your contacts over the years, and so the game of football is a brotherhood. It's a brotherhood. It's a society, and so it's something that you go to a football function, and whether you played in the 60s or you played in the 70s, the relationship is still there. I remember when Sipley and myself were preparing to go to Germany in '74 on the select national team.
It's almost equal, right?
Solomon Sipley, yeah, Solomon Sipley. I mean, fantastic defender. And I remember Josiah used to require us at the end of practice. We used to have to take 50-yard sprints, either from the goal line to the center of the field, or from the center of the field to the goal line. And I used to think I could run. And so whenever we had to do those races, Solomon Sipley always used to challenge me, or I always challenge Sipley to see who would be the one to cross the line first. But so our relationship even went back as far as YMCA, so the brotherhood, the relationship that exists between footballers is not just, because you played on the team, but it's a lifetime relationship, a brotherhood that you take to your grave.
Well, if you're watching it live, wherever you're watching the show from, tonight we have a special reflection on the life of our one-time soccer legend, Albert Na. We have as found as a guest today, we have former Deputy Youth and Sports Minister, Mr. Mabu Richards. We have the junior brother of Mr. Na, Siplewia, who also played the game. You can call the phone numbers there. You're in Liberia, you can call that number. If you're on call in the US or wherever you are, you can call that number to share your thoughts, ask some questions, and so forth. Many of you didn't see him play. I know I was one of those who were blessed to see him play. Watching play against was a game. I was living Firestone at the time, and Lone Star played the Eagles, Young Eagles at the time, and it was a tough game. And they even gave penalty and all, but Lone Star couldn't beat Eagles. But watching play, and I was telling people today, I said, the football had money during those days. All the guys, Mr. Richards, Mr. Weah, they all would have been millionaires because they played great for soccer long before the others came after them. But we want to honor them. I want to ask you a question. Tell us, everybody talk about the Six Nation tournament, and tell us about that Six Nation tournament. How did the team came together? Who coached the team? How are we able to pull through to win five other countries? How are we able to win out of 5 other countries? Tell us about that tournament a little bit, please.
Well, as I said, in '78. President Torgbean organized a Six Nation tournament, and the national team was in camp. Josiah Johnson was the head coach. Victor Sier was the deputy coach, and assigned to the national team was Mr. Bert Trautmann, a German assigned to Liberia by the German, at the time, West German Football Federation. And so they were preparing in Yekepa for the Six Nation tournament when the Chinese brought this team from one of the provinces. So after the national team played and drew, and IE was able to defeat them 4-0, our camp was switched from Yekepa to Bong Mines. So we all moved to Bong Mines for the next couple of weeks to prepare for the national team. But Josiah Johnson was the head coach. But Tommy, let me tell you something. 90% of those players that participated in the preparation and the games were local players. Santos Maria was brought in from France. Paul Bro came in from Germany. At the time, I think Michael Tapla was playing in Ivory Coast. But the rest of the players were all players playing for IE and Barrow, and I think one or two from St. Joseph. So at that time, the national team.
So I mean, the starting 11. What is starting 11 for that? The starting 11.
If Benedict Wieser was on, he would tell you. I can't remember who. Yeah, Benedict knows all the details and stuff like that. Who scored the goals? Who had the assists? I can't remember, but I'm just saying that squad was basically local players. Tiafokofo, Foket Nepe, Nelson Sompong, Wusuma was a goalkeeper that came in from the county meet for Nimba County. Patrick Arthur, Anthony Nagbe, Waka Heron, Walter Pelham was from St. Joseph. Experience Ayan was from St. Joseph. I think only one player, Robert Barkley. There's a photo of the Lone Star Six Nation tournament team. In that photo, I think only one player, Robert Barkley, was from Bame. But even Boy Cooper at one point was brought to the camp in Bong Mines. We had a situation where Sekou Gomez was a goalkeeper there, and Sekou walked off camp. For whatever reason, he walked off camp. And they brought Boy Cooper on. And Boy Cooper didn't last very long because from the shooting drills with Santos Maria, Albert, Miller Freeman, and Paul Bro, Boy Cooper ended up jamming his fingers, 3 or 4 of his fingers, and had to be sent back to town. But the team was very competitive, and what we used to do in the training was Josiah would draw his team, Victor would draw his team, and I would draw my team. And then we would sit, and where we're all in agreement, say, for example, if we agreed, who would be the goalkeeper, who would be the right back, who would be the left back. If there was a situation where 2 persons selected a particular player and another coach selected someone else, we'll have the discussion, and at the end of the day, we'll all be in agreement in terms of who will be playing that particular position. So we had that relationship amongst ourselves as coaches, where one person wasn't dominating and saying, okay, I'm the head coach, therefore, whatever I say, go. It was a situation where we got together, we discussed, we convinced each other. If there was a player, let's say 2 against 1, and that coach who selected that one player could convince the other 2, we went along with that coach. So it was a situation where we had a very good relationship, and I think as a result, it translated into the victory for us.
Okay, I got a question to ask you, Mr. Richard. So you were involved with the football national team in the 70s, 80s. So what about the 90s? Were you involved with the national team or actually involved with football in the 90s?
1990, I left Liberia. I was working with Bong Mining Company when the crisis started. Okay. And so July 19th, my family were able to get out to the Ivory Coast, and I did not return to Liberia until 2004. So I was not involved with football from 1990 until 2004 when I came back, and then I got back attached with IE as a technical director in 2005.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking the question is that I'm just trying to compare the kind of players, the characteristics of those players from the 70s and the 80s and the last group of players you work with. What similarity, what the differences you see in there?
Well, one of the things that I realized, there were a lot of community teams, back then. As I said, I played for Young Warriors on the Old Road. We had ABC that played in Fiamma. Okay, we had St. Jerry, players that played for PHP and West Point. And they had Sadewa and other clubs in Nukuta and other places. You talk about Bajeneke. I think Bajeneke, if I'm not mistaken, was from Logantown. Am I correct, Siple?
Yes.
Yeah. So they had these community teams. There were teams within the communities. So, for example, the IE team that people saw in the late 70s and 80s, these were players that came from St. Jerry. They moved on to Majestic, and then they moved on to IE. So those players have played together for more than 10 years. It's almost like an academy type program. The players that play for ABC ended up moving to Emenwe, from Emenwe on to Barrow. So when you saw Barrow and IE playing, it was ABC versus Sinjere. It was Young Warriors versus ABC. So I'm just saying the competition was there. And one of the things uh, we start to see as a result of the move towards professional football is that the young talents, as soon as a player was identified as a young player, oh, he wants to go play professional football. And he didn't, spend enough time developing the fundamentals and preparing him for that venture into professional football. Then the issue of transferring, people jumping from one team to the next, there were loyalty. Players were loyal to their clubs. You didn't see players jumping, I registered with this team this season, next season I'm playing for somebody else, next season I'm playing for somebody else. So all of these things, help to, in my opinion, help to bring down the standard of the game, because when you don't play for the love of the game, you're playing for the financial benefits. It's a different thing. And I think the players back then had greater love for their teams, and so I want to believe that's one of the major differences I observe.
Simply, let me ask you a question. I want you to give a scenario because you play with Abana. Give people watching and listening now. Give 2 instances where he scored a goal. Draw the play, how it happened, like what's when the goals he scored, because he around the 18-yard he was very deadly. But give a scenario, draw a play that when is he scoring a goal? Can you share with us a scenario about that?
Well, yes. One scenario is the game against Tonnerre. Um, there was a scramble in the area, and then I think the ball was probably far from the 18 yard, and Alba blasted that ball. It hit the crossbar and bounced like that, and everybody, were happy and jubilant about the goal. But actually, it wasn't a goal.
Oh, really?
I, as a player in on the field, so excited that Abu had scored. I thought I just went and kicked the ball in the goal. I mean, I just kicked it. It was right in the goal basically, but it was across the line, the goal line, and I just blasted it in. That was actually when the referee blew the whistle. But I didn't know that. It was Mabu who told me that a few years ago. That was one great instance where I realized the power of Albert. There was one time I also remember a ball across to Albert. He stopped the ball. He didn't even stop the ball. He just pushed the ball. Instead of breaking the ball, he just pushed it and ran. And the next thing was in the net. I mean, there's so many scenarios where when I played with Albert, I saw that he was a threat anywhere. So goalkeepers, like this always say, the goalie made bay, meaning the goalie didn't even see the ball going in. After the ball went in, that's when the goal spring for the ball. But that was the kind of goals that Albert scored, and he wasn't called the Caesars for nothing. But he used to
Oh, so
he would call through players, call through Barrow like crazy. So he was rapidly named the Caesars. And one thing I also want to say about Albert was I don't remember he ever getting red flagged.
yeah, somebody was saying it. Somebody said that he didn't even get a.
Yeah, red card. I've never seen that, not even a yellow card, because I mean he didn't cause commotion. He just did his thing. And did I emulate that? No, I got red carded before, but I was just a different kind of human being. So yeah, those were the two scenarios where I really realized how powerful he was. And there were times in high school when I listened on the radio when they played Tubman High. I think the game went 6-0 or something of that nature. And I think it was a hot trick and one more. And it was just exhilarating to know that your brother is the one being talked about on radio. Then we watch TV, the sports on radio, not even TV. And that made a lot of us in Logan Town, especially say for example, they call him Timur brother there. For a long time I would call our not little brother, even though I didn't like it. But I would call our not brother because he's my brother until I formed my own way and folks started calling me Sipaguya. But
So,
he was just a deadly around the goal area.
so he used both legs. He kicked with both legs or only one.
He would try with left, but it was the right foot.
Oh, right. But what's one of the goalkeepers that really suffer for him? What's because the goalkeepers that because I noticed I think Edwin Crow was telling me that he always used to tease Zoga and say, Zoga, if I were playing the time I was playing, you were minding goal, you're gonna take too many goals from me. But who's one of the goalkeepers that really
And
suffer?
I also heard you say he played against me. I was yesterday straight to you and say you were been now or not. So I mean, Abba was just powerful and he jovial. When he came to the game, I mean, LIU, he made All American the first 2 years. That's
Wow.
unprecedented. I'm sure Benedict we probably did that too. But usually back then, when you look at white players, I mean, you have to be exceptional, to win All American as a soccer player of athlete here. You have to be exceptional, and Abba was that. He transferred from LIU to Federal Dickinson University and just promoted there. He was named as one of the dangerous or deadly, deadly soccer striker in America by some newspaper. I think his daughter was showing me that paper the other day. Whether it was home or was abroad or in foreign land, I mean, Abba did his thing, and we are going to miss him.
Wow.
Tomalin, I remember one of the games I remember was when Liberia played Sierra Leone in Freetown. I think you remember the situation where our officials and spectators got roughed up in the stadium.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Abba was thorn in the flesh of the Sierra Leonean defense. I mean, they hacked him until they broke his leg.
Yeah.
Oh.
Abba broke his leg in that match.
Wow.
Yeah, he was such a dangerous force for Lone Star. They targeted him. They knew that if they eliminated Albert, they would, slow down the Lone Star attack. And so they didn't rest until they injured Albert. And I remember when he came back, we suggested to him that he have his foot put in a cast. He said, no, you're going to go to somebody in Brewersville and I'm going to put chalk on his foot, because he wanted to come back and play within a couple of weeks. And we told him, say, Albert, your leg is broken. You have to, take time and let that foot heal properly before. And then he didn't listen. Albert tried to come back, ahead of time. And then, he had a hit on that leg again, and then eventually had his foot put in a cast. But I'm just saying that's how competitive he was. He wanted to play. He loved the game so much that, he was even going to risk further injury to himself.
He ever shared with you guys, one of the most difficult defender that he ever faced, like that? Because most players will tell you, say, this person gave me a lot of, it was torn my flesh. Who was one of the difficult defenders that he thought that he faced that used to really stop him from scoring? He ever share with you guys, or you guys watch it?
No, he never shared with me. But during the period that I served as coach of IE, like I said, the team that I took, assumed responsibility for was a crack team. At that time, IE dominated, so scoring goals was a situation that we racked up a lot of goals. We won a lot of trophies. Even in the 80s, when the PRC came, we had these PRC tournaments. IE won the majority of those tournaments that were held during that period there. But I never, had Albert say to me that this particular defender gave him any problems. Maybe Washington Blay as a defender for Mighty Barrow. I mean, Blay was a very good defender. We had from St. Joseph Warriors, we had the Trinity, Emmanuel Trinity, Walter Pelham were in the defense. So I don't know.
Wow. Safa, come in. Well, you guys can call. People, you can call.
Yeah, I mean, people calling. I mean, so when I saw Abana play, I think I was a little kid. My father took me to the game in Yekepa there, and when Lone Star were camping Yekepa for that Six Nation tournament, and then
where they camp?
Yeah, they in Yekepa and then put them on the bomb, like Mr. Richard said. And then besides that, they used to do a tournament in Yekepa, like around the Christmas time. All the players would come up there. My father was a big seasonal man, so they always would come and play for a season like that. And Abana, and then we said just come and see them play. So I mean, he was a great player. As a Barrow fan, I mean, there were a lot of nights I would turn the radio off before the game is even over, because by that time the score is 2-1 and you got hope. Then it's 3-1, it's 4-1, and then you hear Herbert Grisby singing Abanani, and that was the end of the night for us, Barrow fan. Okay, Mr. Richard, I want to talk about somebody that left us. Okay, go ahead.
You live.
Thank you, and thank you, team. My name is Nestor Sandy, and it's a privilege again having this moment with these great football icons we guys got on the platform this evening. But to kind of go back a little bit, I was growing up. I grew up on the Oro, just where IE practice ground was, and there's a place called Richardson. Yeah, I think if anyone remember that, I think Mr. Richards know what I'm talking about. So Richardson is where I used to live, and I always on IE practice ground. One of the guys who I was so a bigger fan of. I think by then Abraham left. There was Claire Andrews. He was someone I was so admired, at that time. But again, I had the opportunity to meet Albert Caesars in Philadelphia. I think that was just before COVID, but just after COVID. We have equipped ourselves and we met in Philadelphia. And I woke up to him in an open, and I introduced myself to him. And the first time I asked him, "Can I take a picture of you?" He said, "No, man, I'm not sharing no picture right now. I'm not signing no autograph. You got to tell me who you are." And we just laughed about it. And everyone started telling him that the kid played for Liberia national team too as well. But it was a moment that I would never forget. It's just that I misplaced that picture. Otherwise, I would have had that picture as my profile picture. But something kind of took me aback, and I wanted to ask this question directly to Mr. Richards. I've listened to all of what have you have said? I mean, what you have said about, i.e., the beginning and the transformation of soccer in Liberia and what you have done over the years. But my question to you is that we saw IE at the place where there was support. How did you guys generate that moment to get IE funded? And because what is happening, the narrative right now, the perception amongst people when they talked about the Liberian soccer is that we did not institutionalize soccer in Liberia. It was just meant for you guys' pocket. It was home had a position that could support IE the most in order that it was just few members or membership that you guys have. But did you guys kind of take IE at the pace where you find, like Ivory Coast could be one of the example I would use, where you see in Isaac Mimosa, you see marketers will pay the dues that when they talk, their voices are heard and all of that. We try to, what IE at that moment, because that wasn't something that we were following. We never had an open. There was no social media that we could trace accountability and all of that. But now, what's happening? The position of IE is just something that you look at. You're looking at IE from that point and looking at IE from where it's at right now. What are some of the things that you think that is lacking and that can be done to uplift that great institution?
Well, you know, what you said is so correct. And I don't know whether it's just a disease that we have in Liberia, this issue of institutionalizing organizations. IU was founded in 1943. I think borrowed 1956. And we're still running them like runtown teams. You know, we're not running them like businesses. You look at Ashanti Kotoko, for example, in Ghana. You know, they got their own stadium. I remember when we took IE to play against Kotoko in the club championship, there were 106,000 spectators in that stadium.
Wow.
106,000 spectators. I mean, when those guys started cheering, our players were nervous. Before we could blink our eyes, we're down 3-0. You know, you have these clubs that are institutions. I remember during the administration of Sam Burnett, he had the fan clubs all over Liberia. So whenever IE was playing, the various fan clubs used to support the club. I remember going to play in Buchanan, and you would have thought that Buchanan was Invincible 11's home, because Mr. Kriku, who was in the army, Kriku had organized the fan club in Buchanan in such a way that they came out, you know, in great numbers to support the club. The problem we're still having, and I know this has been in the discussions in the chat rooms, Vivian Jones, Eric Daniels, and others have been talking about transforming IE, transforming it into a business. And for me, I've said over the years that I'm not prepared to put money into a runtown team. When we're ready as IE fans and supporters to institutionalize the organization, to run it as a business, then I'm prepared. 2012 to 2022, I ran a youth academic program, New Horizon Football Academy in Harvell, Cotton Tree area, focusing on youth development. And so my emphasis was on these kids, their education, making sure that they put something upstairs, that letting them know that there's a future after football. So my focus was football, yes, but education as well. So my support to IE was limited because I was paying more attention to focusing on my academy program. But this has been the problem. We have this young man now, Cassell, or the FC Facel, who has come in, brought in professional players, talking about building his own stadium and so forth and so on. IE doesn't have its own playing ground. Barrow doesn't have his own playing ground. At one point, we were talking about Premier League, Premier teams. And I think FIFA set the conditions under which you can consider yourself a Premier team. You must have your own stadium. You must have an office with a full staff. You know, they give the criteria. So after FIFA gave those conditions, we went back to first division, because I think at the time, maybe only a Robert Salif team at the time may have met the conditions. You have LPRC, for example, you had NPA. You know, they're still not being run, you know, like a Ashanti Kotoko or a SEC, you know. So we really have to change our mindset. And so I don't know how we will do it. Sir Joseph ran IE for a little while, and then Jonathan Sokwe took over. But again, it became a burden on those individuals. You know, they had to take money out of their pockets every day to support the team. One of the things I had suggested was that we reestablish the fan clubs, you know, in the various counties and so forth to help support the club, i.e. payroll or something like $5,000 every month for just for the football team. Then you had the Majestic team. Then you had the male basketball team and the female basketball team. You know, I think Kadiatu ended up taking responsibility for one of the clubs. But I'm just saying you can't run an organization, you know, like that. So from 1943 until today, I remember Lawrence Doe had given IE some land. Maybe George Telewoda, I don't know if he can call in. He might be able to give some background on that. But that land was somewhere in the Coca-Cola factory area, but it never got developed. I don't know whether it's because of the crisis. But yeah, this is the problem. To the caller who just mentioned it, we as clubs, you know, have not really institutionalized ourselves.
Guys, if you're watching the show, you can call in. You can contribute to the show.
Unknown caller.
Just okay. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello.
You hear me?
Yeah, we have on the phone the Rock of Gibraltar, Sakba Myers,
Yeah.
Sakba Yenso. You have we are simply you have Mabu Riches, you have Siafa Dix and I on the platform. We're talking about Abana, who you play along with. Want you to share some of your thoughts about Abana, and the floor is all yours.
Okay. Let me come in. Abana was like a brother to me. Although we didn't come from the same mom, but it was like a brother to me. He and I, most of the time, we used to hang, you know, move around. But he used to like it bluffing business.
Who's talking?
Number one bluff boy.
He used to buy, when he buy new shoes, he would hang it by his neck and be moving around with it. Because the shoe was very expensive. Yeah. But he was a very good player. He used to like training. And he used to like the other thing. I can't say it too much.
Oh God.
Sagba, are you talking about yourself?
Yeah. But you know, most of the girls over there, you know, are defenders.
Only get like defenders, okay.
And you're now a defender. But super. Yeah. I met a whole lot. Every day. I talked to him 3 days before he died.
Wow.
He and I were on the phone, talking that it was time for him to go to work. He said, my man, I gotta go put in my hours. You when you retire already. Yeah, I gotta go put in my hours. Then after he died, Emmett called me. When Emmett called me, he said, my man, I was gone. I said, don't tell me that bullshit, man. I just talked to the man 3 days ago. The man called. He says, I'm not joking. I don't, when I talk to you, I don't be joking with you. You know, you're a big brother to me. I will not joke about our dying business. So I said, what? Yeah. Now? Yeah, man. Man, I couldn't even sleep. Every day till now, I still thinking about it. I even talked to Seleke we are today. Yeah. And it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing on me, especially me. I don't know about the others. It's not an easy thing on me. But hey, what can we do? We cannot judge the Lord.
Amen.
You know, we cannot judge the Lord. So, guys, we meet on Friday and we discuss again. Talk about anything, you know. Our brother and friend leaving us. We don't know who will be next. So let us take care of ourselves, hang in there, and do the best we can. You know, we can do. Thank you.
Amen.
That's sacked by Yenso, the brag of Gibraltar. He one of Africa, one time Africa, one of the best defender in Africa. He had a specialty passing ball to goalkeeper with his head. He would run through and the ball would go to the goalkeeper. We watch all of those when he's played. He's in Rhode Island, and we want to also always give our thanks to them for playing for our country. The blood and the sweat were in vain. They play for the country. I know, but I would say football being where it is today, the guys would have been the teams would have run after them because we saw them play. And so it was, Mr. Richard said that during that days they were for love of the game and love of the country. They weren't for money. I want to say, Sakwa, thank you so much, senior brother. I want to say thank you, and we look forward to seeing you over the weekend in New York. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a question for Seleke and Mr. Richards. So I mean, after Abana left Liberia, who was the striker that was close to him in terms of skills?
You're looking at him.
Yep.
Looking at who?
Yep.
You're looking at him right now.
Simply.
Of course I was.
Simply stepped in as a striker for IE. You had McCollum Rare, who was there as well, but simply, stepped in Abel's shoe. I just remembered when we were on the camp in Bong Mines with the national team. For those who played, who were coached by Josiah Johnson on Mighty Barrow or the national team, they will remember that in the training, Josiah always talked about mobility, improvisation, penetration, and Monsayo. He talked about the willingness. You must have the willingness and the zeal. And so the name Albert and I had for each other, whenever we met or talked over the phone, I would say the zeal, and he would respond the willingness. So that was the name we had for each other. I shared with Benedict Wieser a photo of a lineup, IE lineup 1976.
Wow.
There were 17 of us in that photo. 12 of those gentlemen are gone.
Wow.
Pete Roberts, Johnny Grant, Jacob Zebedee, Anthony Nagbe, Frank Jericho, Jala Duncan, the goalkeeper Stewart. They used to go in Chirahe. Stewart.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Yancey. Our team manager Jobo. John Joseph JJ. He was gone. And Albert. Those standing on that photo, still alive, James Washington, Charles Okai, Mile Freeman, Sakpa, and myself.
Wow.
It's a reminder that we play our part, and we all move on. So if Sakpa asks the question, who's going to be next? 17 persons, 5 standing. You know, our time on this earth is short. And I always say we have a responsibility to try to do the best we can to improve the lives of those who we come in contact with. You know, uh, our time is short. You know, we're having a discussion one time about who you know, and people, the pros and cons. People are saying, oh, this who you know, that favoritism, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And this gentleman sitting out in the corner listening to everybody said, may I speak? And so we granted him the opportunity, and he said, God, the creator, set as a condition to go to heaven who you know. If you don't know Christ and Christ doesn't know you, you juke. So I'm saying, you know, we have the opportunity to put our lives together. We have the opportunity to put our lives together. So nobody knows when our number will be called. You know, nobody knows. So while you have the opportunity, those who are special to you, your children, your family, your friends, your colleagues, your teammates, reach out to them. You know, reach out to them. Enjoy the time that you have. You know, spend time with your friends, call them, you know, because you never know. You never know. When Trinity called me and said to me, Mabu, Abo is gone, just like Sagwa said. I mean, I froze in my tracks because I knew Abo was talking about going home, he had built his home in Liberia, you know, retiring in Liberia, as many of them. Simply, I think you built your house already, right? Or almost finished. You're talking about going back. You know, let me just say this. For those young men who took advantage of scholarships and came to the States, you know, those former footballers during that late 70s, 80s, and many, maybe even in the 90s, who have, you know, who took advantage of going to school and bettering themselves. I take my hat off to them. I'm so proud to say that, you know, I knew this particular player, you know, and somehow, somewhere, you know, I had and made an impact in that person's life. But let me tell you something, many of these players impacted my life in so many ways that I can't even express. I'm indebted to them. To see Simply We Are on this, you know, in this program, to see what he's accomplished. You know, he second degree. Isaiah Lincoln, I understand, if I'm not mistaken, has a PhD. There's so many of them, players who have earned master's degrees, have, you know, become professional in different fields, and are looking forward to going back, retiring in Liberia. But as I said, you know, nobody knows when their number will be called. So, you know, reach out to family members, express love. Those who you may have issues with, try to reconcile, fix them, because we never know when our number will be called.
Caller, you live. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jatona Mitchell. Tommy, let me just first of all say thank you so much for providing us an opportunity on this platform to be able to pay this, what I call a very touching tribute. My story goes all the way back as a child growing up in Toti. It's a little town right around Compton, not too far from the barracks. And as a child, wasn't privy to come to Monrovia to know about the players that we heard their names so much on the radio station. I'm a little bit emotional as I talk. You can pretty much hear my voice. But as a child, listening to that shortwave radio, and this is a story that I tell over and over for a lot of our young people now, to listen to the names of Simply We Are, Mama Musa, and of course, Abana. These are folks I never even seen or laid my eyes on. But their name meant so much to me as a young man coming up. And I was privileged enough to come to the United States, grew up in Philly, and I had the opportunity to meet some of them, especially my idol, one of my idols, Mama Musa, in the Trenton area during the days when the July 26th game was held there. it was just an honor because if you haven't seen about it, but you just heard about them, it impacted your life so much. And to have the opportunity to actually see them, I mean, it brought an extra set of joy for me. And Mr. Weir, I know your daughter, Cynthia, the one called me earlier, said that you need to get on this closing argument they're talking about my uncle. So I admire what you guys are doing to pay this tribute. And the great Mr. Mambo Richard, I met him. I had an opportunity to meet him in Maryland some time ago doing the IE Barrow game from Philly. But this is so touching to us. And the guy who called earlier, Nessa Sandy, and I always talk about revisiting this. It's a shame that we don't have the opportunity to actually know this story. For me, I consider myself a little historian because I'm like a sponge. So when you guys are sharing this story, it's like a nostalgia. It brings back those memories, my childhood memories. So today, just a special day. I couldn't even. I don't like to call or be involved in the forefront, but I just had to call because Mr. Albert Name, he influenced my life so much without even seeing them. A lot of the IEs and Barrow individual pioneers, I call them. And I just want to say thank you so much for how you were able to inspire us as young people. Now that I'm older, I would like to probably one day I will get in touch with Cynthia to get in touch with her father so that I can invite them on the show. I do run a big sports platform, and I will invite you guys so that we can bring you guys and at least revisit this story because I want to be able to connect the bridge with these young folks. I'm quite sure a lot of you guys, when you go back to Philly, the young players now, when they see you, I don't even know who you are. So I tried to connect that bridge so that we can connect that. Since we don't have museums, we don't have those things in Liberia. But here we have to connect. You have to tell your stories because it's so impactful. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to Nagbe and to just share his memory, even though I don't know a whole lot about it. But the little one that I know during his playing days for IE versus Muddy Barrow, of course, Foucault doing St. Joseph, Cedar United. As a kid listening to that, it just still resonates in my head today. So I'm inspired by that. So thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you. Back in the days, when we were in Firestone, when they're playing this game, when the radio comes on, they heard Herbert Grisby. What a guy named, man. He said he would be commentating the game until he would be crying, lose his voice. And when we see the guys in real life, the people say celebrity, when we see the guys in real life, you won't touch them. When you yell a name on the radio, and sometimes you watching the black and white TV, they show them. When you see them in real life, you want to touch them, but many people don't know. But when you tell people, say, you guys, when you see that person there, that person played for you, you don't know that person. You should watch them play. And like Mr. Richard said, like most of the guys came on scholarship. They went to school, and because back in the days, people look at footballers, they just dismiss them. But when I tell them about these guys, they are career people. They play the game because of love. But how they play the game during this present age, the guys will be signing big contracts. But that's life, Caller, go ahead. Oh, that's the IE former team manager on the phone, Mr. Telawada. Go ahead, Mr. Telawada. You live. Mr. Telawada, you live. Mr. Telawada, you live.
Listen, my greetings to everybody on the panel. Yeah, I'm coming.
Hey, George.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you live.
You can hear me?
Yes, live.
Okay. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest condolence to Sibley and the family. Yeah. Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
You're
not getting me?
We hear you.
I would like to extend my thanks to you.
Yeah, problem.
Hey, Tomalin, just send me the link, let him come on instead of he calling.
Okay,
Just
I'll
send me
send
the
you
link.
out there.
He possibly send that link back to Benedict because he was struck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering. I heard Benedict and Sipley. Solomon Sipley was supposed to be on.
Yeah, I've been trying to reach contact with Solomon Sipley. I can't get him. Oh, I got a question for you, Mr. Richard. I know. I mean, it's it's astonishing your football knowledge. I would say it's astonishing. I'm just happy that that you can share this football knowledge with us.
You live.
But just hold on, Tomalin, hold on a minute. But I want to ask you something. I want to ask you something.
For us, members of the Invincible family, especially to our younger brother Sipley. I got to know you here in the States, and you've been a very respectful gentleman, quiet, and your demeanor has been very constant. Very nice gentleman. So I don't want you to feel isolated in your endeavors, because we as the IE family will always stand behind you and with you. You have in your studio there tonight the man who introduced me to football also. I used to play basketball. People didn't know that. But he took me and inspired me to come to IE. And like I told him on it some months ago, that our objective was to help people the best way possible. And like Mabu said, you came, you saw, and you conquered. But what I realized of you, every time I've talked to you, when I ask you what Abba, you will say, that man is coming, or he has something. You give me a very, very solid, genuine, and sincere comment about your brother. We all loved Abba, and you know I loved him, because 2 days before my departure to Liberia, currently I'm sick, I'm under the balls with tonsillitis. Abba said, go and find my house. And after everything, he said to me, when you come back, I want you to talk, because I'm going. I can tell you, and you can rest assured, Tomalin was very instrumental in trying to convince me to see what we could push, to see how we can bring IE back to where it was. And I said to him, if I'm entrusted, I promise you that will be my last mission, because I am one man who could take a bullet for IE business. So Mabu introduced me into the club. And with no reservation, simply, feel free. I think you have 2 big brothers alive. I can tell you that much. Okay? Any day, anytime, feel free to call. We may not have it to give you, but the inspiration, I admire you a lot. And I said to you, it was at a wedding. You wanted me to wedding something in Burlington. And you wanted us to sit together. And I told you, I had to go sit with Mom. He said, you're running away from me. I said, no, you have Ava. Right. I say all this to say that our association is going downhill, and Tomalin has really inspired us. Okay, I was able to convince 1 or 2 persons. I've spoken to Board Charles and Eric Daniels. They accepted the proposals. We have to come back together. But for a man who contributed a lot to IE, I think if we can find the proper fundings and find a place where we can build, put up a structure, a stadium, build a stadium, he will be placed into that Hall of Fame. And those numbers will be hung up. People who are fighting over numbers, we have to eradicate that stuff. And we're going to, for me, I'm going to approach it very rigidly. Mabu knows my style of discipline. Okay? It has to be done. We will do it in our time. Once again, I want you to hold your heart, like the Liberian people can say, we'll pray for you. We'll lay our hands on the family. I just can't make it more. My voice is bad. My tonsils are swollen. So I prayed that everything goes well, let Abba rest. You have a friend, you have a family,
the IE family. We look forward to you. And to Mr. Richards, the issue on the land was bought. I think it was 6 acres of land at the time, but we could not find the deal. And I reached out to several persons in government who were all IE officials, and they said to me, "Oh, you got to send money for us to go to the archives." I went out of my way. I went to the archives, and the people said I should get them $500. So I asked them if I was buying the land, and they said no, but the land is sitting there. So knowing the era, it was by the market in the back of the Coca-Cola factory. So I discovered that a Mandingo man had built 2 houses on the property. The rest of the property was still there. At the time, the cornerstone was there. So I took it up with 1 or 2 other persons to say, listen, if you go to the lands and mines, Eugene, Dr. Shana will go up to find or locate it. He will help you with a location, but they never did. So that's the situation on the land. It was bought for camping and training at the time. So once again, I would say that I look forward to starting out on a mission that I am entrusted with so far. It led the approval of Mr. Daniels and Butchers. So I hope we all can work together on it. But Abba definitely deserves a particular spot in that place. Players like Gladstone Ofori, okay? Players like Frank Jericho, Garrison Saka. We cannot say that. So thank you very much to Closing Argument. I will start my support on the Cash App and inquire also on the publicity fees. I don't know what is going to entail, but we have projected March, hopefully by March 15. If you say you are a Yellow fan, let us meet in Monrovia in March and have a jamboree where we can sit there and curse each other and discuss what all we did to one another that we didn't like, so that we can come back together. So thank you very much, Closing Argument. Thank you, Mr. Richards. And simply, take care, be strong. We are with you.
Yes.
That was the former team manager of IE, Water. And we are trying to memorialize the late Abana, who will be laid to rest in the next 48 hours in Newark, New Jersey. Abana is a former Liberian soccer legend. He played for the Invisible 11 IE and the national team, the Lone Star. And today we have his brother, his junior brothers, Mr. Pewee. Also, we have former Deputy Youth Sport Minister, Mr. Marvel Richards, and also coach. They are sharing the night with us and reflecting on the life of Abana. And many of you, I can tell you how we'll be in Newark this weekend. The last time I saw an event was the late Mike Gibson. Well, what I saw there, and I know, who knows, there'll be a bigger one, this one in Newark. The players came together from all walks of life. You have from Barman, Joseph, Cedar, you name it. They all came together and they saying a great send home for Mike Gibson and Abana. He's a legend. He's a hustle name in Liberian soccer. And I see people already start arriving today in the area. So Newark will be on fire. It will be shut down. Come and see Liberian soccer greats as they honor their one of their late Abana, the Scissors. Now we have roughly 35 more minutes, but we still reflect on Abana. We're talking about soccer too. My question is, what happened? Did you guys play the game with Morocco where they beat Liberia 5-0? You guys play that game on a hot sun? The poor kid on the desert, you can't get off 0. I want that to do.
No, I remember that game vividly. I remember Abba, something may have happened, and Abba was not in the game at all. He either didn't wear uniform then. Something happened. So Mabu, I don't know what the strategy was to play Morocco in the hospital, thinking that they're gonna pale, they got pale skin, sort of do that. That was roaming around because they were pale. They won't be used to the heat. But what they forgot is hot over there too. But before we can stress on that particular question that Timona just asked, I just want to go back a little bit regarding um, you make commendation on a lot of student athletes, so to speak, those that came here back in the day and what they have accomplished and how you feel about them. And folks in TV land, being a student athlete is rough. It's not really really easy. But somewhere else, say for example, I was in me, I came here to do biology and hopefully medicine, right? But you were flying or taking the bus to go play games everywhere else, and forget it. You forgot that that's a lab that you have to complete, and if the lab is not complete, you're not getting grades for it. So we have to change, our major and perspective. For those like Albert, came here making big time in soccer, and you play your own scholarship. You're not going to sit down. You're going to train even when you're hurt. You would sit down and watch the game. You can say, I'm hurt, so let me go in the stands, or I'm not playing today. It was hard. So I really, really, people like Tanu Myean, I really, really love the fact that we student athletes came, we tried, we accomplished. And Mabu, just thank you for bringing that up. I know we talked earlier about Apple was ready to go home. I mean, he's worked so hard, especially in the later years, to make sure he found himself a place for his retirement. We're all excited about it. He talked a lot about it. He would even try to form a team near Hotel Africa, and no grooming, only the kids I would deal with and stuff like that. And here we are. It's not going to happen. It hurts, when such thing. You hear people talking about athlete back then, what they've accomplished. Being in America, Abba worked so hard. He worked hard, and we always say, Edwin Croy and myself, tell man, you got to retire, and especially when Neil Johnson finally retired and went home, he's sitting in his hammock behind his house. I was still got a foolish man, all sitting in a hammock, so he anticipated going to do the same, and go fishing. I mean, we're just looking forward to it. So for me, I was at a July 4th African picnic in the Detroit area when my sister called me to tell me that, now her passed. I said, who now, my brother? He said, who other now you know? I mean, and my day was just ruined because we've talked. For some reason I talk to Albert every day or every other day. But a week passed and I didn't talk to him. If I didn't talk to him, well, my wife talked to him all the time. I asked, when last you talk to Albert? He said, you know what? It's been a while though. They would call him readily. And of course, by then he was dead. He didn't answer the phone. And then later on, my sister called me and we realized that yes, it was true. I mean, as a brother and a close confidant of Albert, I mean, we exchange pleasantries, we exchange gifts all the time. And usually his birthday is on the 15th of June and mine's on the 16th of June. And we always used to talk about whose birthday going to come then the next day become Father's Day. We used to bigger on that. And this year he told me, he said, man, it's yours. I said, no, it's not mine, it's yours actually. He said, really? So I said, what the kids, what the gift said? He said, man, I ain't got no gift coming, no kids here, people doing their own thing. But Abba and I were really, really close. It was just an honor to have a brother with that kind of notoriety as far as soccer. And it was also even better honor to even play with him on the same field. When Albert left, like who you said to get a mandatory, you guys were asking earlier. When I said me, of course it was me. But then I had others, Sam Sumo came in and we played double nine and Sam Sumo he was also another threat. When Sapa left, it was Amadou Sano came in with same kind of playing style. I don't know how I want to impede it own style with Tosaka style, but hey, he perfected it. And I became we just when one leaves, another one goes. And I know before I go, Mabu talked about the question was asked by Sandy about what we did, what the sponsors did back then in terms of holding the team together or trying to privatize it or make a corporation or whatever. And that's been a serious thing with the IE we have right now. The fans, former players have been helping to support. It reached a point where, as a player who never got paid playing, you start helping the best you can. But then sometimes you say, well, hold on now. Why are we paying this guy we didn't get paid? Times have changed. And I've told some of my colleagues that, hey, times have changed. That's why it is now. We have to contribute, got to help. But then you keep on helping, and it's almost like the same thing over and over. So, but I hope, that George said, thank you, George, for what you said about my brother and myself. Like George said, are you going to come back? We'll do the best we can. We got to join forces to bring our team back. And Albert will love that. And I mean, one thing again I want to say about Albert, he is so much of a giving person. I just heard recently that Albert gives to firefighters. Not too many of us
Hmm.
do that. Not too many. He gave consistent for over 10 years. He gave to firefighters. We know we do need our churches, but firefighters, police officers, when you do the kind of thing, you show how you have an awesome giving spirit. And it seems that what I can't from yet talk about yourself, saying you're talking about Abba. You're one of those who will see the same thing about Abba he gives. So Abba had a lot of chamu, what chamu means. And he's like, I remember we came from Cameroon. Sawa wore a sweater as hot it was in Liberia because the sweater matches his pants. And you cannot walk with Sapa because about that morning, Abba saw me. I said, Sapa, going to pick me or going to go. And he said, oh, man, you will not stay in that goal. I said, why? He said, you go. We left Ken Johnson Road. By the time we reached Broad Street, almost after 5 to 10 steps, someone stopped Sapa. And he would talk, and he was that kind of person. And that same was happening. By the time we got to Moriba College, I told him, I see you, man. I gotta go because I can't stand this. But again, the players back then, that's why we were. The players before me, they were very good, very very good players. I mean, awesome. Tomalin said it. They could have gone Europe, millionaires by now. But again, those were the times, those were the conditions. But almost all of us that came here, we came for a purpose, and a good number of us accomplished what it was. And thanks, Mabu, very much for that, commendation to us.
Call on the line. Go ahead, caller. Hello.
Yes. How are you? My name is Mary Carter. I'm calling from East Orange, New Jersey. I just want to commend you guys for putting this show together tonight. I really, really appreciate you guys. Abba was a very good gentleman, and I want to commend you guys again for doing this. I hope that lots of us are coming on the platform tonight to call in for the good work that our yellow boys have done for us. I remember when Seleke Kromah passed away in Newark here, people were asking, is that your president that passed away? And we said, no, he was a soccer player. So I'm hoping and praying that we will do the same for our this weekend. And I just want to thank you guys for putting this platform together tonight. The last place I interacted with Howard, it was at the funeral of Blanca Bowman's brother. And I was joking with him. I said, Sapa, you come, let me take your picture. I celebrities. And I took their photos. But I've always had Howard near me as a brother. I came in this country in 1987, and he always had a high regard and respect for me. He would call me Mayu, and I call him Gayu. Everywhere we went in Newark, that's how close we were as brothers and sisters. And I just want to say thanks to you, God. And I'm hoping that we'll give him a decent burial this weekend. May his soul rest in peace. My name is Myean Carter. I'm a former treasurer for IE in Newark. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Shafa.
Yeah, Mr. Richard, I want to ask you something. I mean, you have a very good knowledge of our football, past and present. The present part is the one that really, got me off my seat. Most people sometimes when they leave the scene, they just forget about what's happening after they leave the scene. But I mean, you're pretty much in tune with what's happening today. I want to ask you: have you guys ever chronicled all of the historical facts about our football that people can go to the LFA and see them on file, see pictures of them?
I know Charles Wadsworth has been compiling a lot of information on sports in general. Again, a lot of the history is lost. We were having a discussion just the other day and saying how a lot of Liberian history is not written. The football history is not written. The political history is not written. So many individuals have gone. I'm writing right now my memoirs. Okay, so I'm trying to put together my life in sports. I went all the way back to when I attended the campus school in Swakuku. Playing football there, playing with the kids from Sinye, and how it transformed my whole football career through CWA and playing community football all the way through coaching and establishing an academy. So I've always been encouraging people to write. For example, we're just saying the other day, the late Mr. Ernest Eastman, he was again a former IE player, but I understand he was there when they signed when the OAU was being put together. He was there. He served as a foreign minister. But there's no documentation, nothing that he wrote about his life, his experience. James AAP, I don't know whether there's any, thing he's written. There's a lot of history. We talk about the 1980 coup. I don't think there's anything that any members of the PRC wrote to tell us exactly what actually happened. A lot of what we're listening to is they say. We talk about Wani Boto. Oh, Wani Boto, he was in the hospital. He left the hospital. And he came on the football field and he played. Blah 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 blah.
That's true.
I mean, again, the person you have to ask, the two individuals I say ask: Josiah Johnson and Jade Williams. Those two gentlemen are alive. Those two gentlemen played with Wani Boto. There's a photo that I have with the 1965 national team with David Momo, Garrison Saka, Tape Robert, Josiah Johnson, Kucha Davis, Bay Ray, Sam Burnett, Wani Boto, Sam Massaquer, Alexander Peel, Jada Williams, Winston Taylor. They're all on that. I collect a lot of pictures, old pictures. I even have the very first national team, the photo of the very first national team. My uncle, the late John Howard, was the founder of the Liberia Football Association. I've provided the LFA with his photo. And I've asked over and over, when are you guys, they haven't even put up the photo. So people don't even know who John Howard, was. He was the founder of the Liberia Football Association. You don't have a photo of him. All you have up there are pictures of the We Are 11. What happens, they don't, I don't know whether they do even have now a picture of the Six Nation tournament team up there. So a lot of history is lost. Benedict Wise, one of the greatest footballers Liberia has ever seen, West Africa has ever seen. We don't have any videos, nothing to show. of these players. I mean, Sylvester Pewee, like the George to the Water mentioned, Gladstone Ofori, Jackson Weir, you know, a lot of the greats that we had. There's nothing written about them. So, how do we pass this information on? When you ask young people, about Benedict Wise or Sagba, they have no knowledge. They don't know. All they know is the current players. And how far back did Wise and them play? Not too far back. But the majority of the Liberian players only, you know, have heard the names, and there's nothing written. So uh, I know Benedict has a lot of information. I'm hoping he's going to put it, compile it and put it, so that people can read. He has a tremendous amount of information on Liberian football.
So quickly,
Right.
quickly, right? Have the anybody from the government got in touch with you, because once you play for the national team, you deserve a national burial. I saw, because I remember when Mike Gibson died, and remember I think the government sent somebody spoke at his funeral from the government. The government, I mean, I'm sure they're aware it needs it all around. Anybody from the government reach out to the family, that they will be represented at the funeral, or whatever the case?
Yeah, we don't know whether they will send somebody over here, but I think there's what called is it Gazette or Gazette? What is it called?
Official Gazette, yes.
Official Gazette.
Yes, that has been written, and I heard the Liberian flag and insignias would be that's what it said, half cast or whatever that word
Have
is
mass, have mass, have mass.
in in Monrovia and the embassy here and well in all public buildings in Mosquito County and at the embassy here in the uh, um, New York.
Washington.
So yes, and in Washington. Wait, okay, yeah, in Washington, and I think they should send somebody here to read it during the funeral. Yes,
Yes.
we have contacted somebody in.
The ambassador, or they will send somebody from the mission. Somebody will be there.
Yeah, somebody will come and read it
Yeah.
for them.
The president of the foreign ministry, and issued by authority. So
Yeah,
That's good.
yeah, he got that.
Yeah.
So,
well,
I mean,
before
there's,
this weekend, can you tell us more about the funeral arrangement? Tomorrow, the events are happening on Friday to Saturday. Can you share with the public?
well, I don't have I hope my memory serves me right. Tomorrow is the wake, what we call reflection night, where we'll have you know tributes from almost everybody that wants to get a tribute. We like a program, you know. Um, on on the next, well, after that, I want to say the happy reflection. After reflection, whatever that means. We in Newark now. Remember that.
I do work, yeah.
The following day, the funeral um, will be held at the church called the Bethany Church. Bethany is all everything is and then the repast will be held at the hall of here on the in Newark. I'm sorry, I don't have that sheet with me.
T-shirt you wearing?
Everything's centralized.
You're facing some T-shirt. How people get some? How can people get some on the T-shirt? Only yellow? No red.
Unfortunately, by my decreed, we ain't giving nobody a red shirt. It's all gonna be uh, yeah,
Well,
so
but the man play for Lone Star too. And the man play for Lone Star. What happened to the red, white, and blue?
it ain't gonna be red. So you are inside.
But you can't just do blue and white. Just do blue and white. We'll get you 2 out of the 3.
Okay, bring a t-shirt. I was thinking it to the person market and put it there. Hey, we ain't gonna do that. We want a sea of red tomorrow night. And we want to shut down Newark. I know our colleague mentioned about Sekou. I was here during Sekou's funeral, and what she said was exactly truth.
Wow.
The crowd was so big that they were wondering who was this person. Was it the president of your country? Something like that they said. And yeah, so we anticipate, you know, something of that nature happening with Albert. Now we got social media, so the promotion is out there immediately. Timothy asked, how can you get this shirt?
Yes.
The shirt, you know, there will be some at the
Our way just for that data all. Just for
please
yeah,
do.
the
Please
yellow,
do.
just for that time.
They are on sale for $25 as well.
Oh yeah, I'll try to get mine. Yeah, so wait just because of Abbott.
Yes, sir.
Charles Ivan Martin, he will be
Let me know what your size is so I can save it for you.
extra large, yeah.
But
give me a large, yeah.
Extra
Give me a
large.
large.
Oh,
I'll take a
excellent.
large.
Extra large, yeah. And Reverend
I'll take a large.
Charles Ivan Martin, he'll be they giving the message on Saturday, the eulogy there.
Correct. Yeah.
Powerful man of God. So
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
folks, you guys watching from all around the world, we're talking about Ira now, and we all sorry for what happened. But like somebody said, we can't question God. But he paid his due. He played for the national team. He played for IE, and just an amazing guy. People said that he never. His friend, one of his close friends, Evan Crow said he never seen this guy getting vexed. He said he just loved making fun. He said, man, like you said, he didn't even get a yellow card. I said, what? He said, yeah, yellow card and so forth. Football during those days, you play with IE and Barrow game. one IE game, I think the referee was this guy called Jito, small guy. I was playing Sparrow. That day, the police got to go for the guy. The guy said Johnny Green and they went for the guy. I don't play with the IE business. That's no joke. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Richard. What will you say to people that come up with the proposal that since our national league is kind of dead right now, and the only time we see a lot of enthusiasm around football in the country is the county meet. I mean, like prior to the Civil War, National League was vibrant, county meet was vibrant. Some people are proposing that they do a test run using the county meet as the National League and see how it goes.
I think this is not something new. People talked about that before. Even this guy, Adolphus Dolo, had a team called Nimba United. And I think the idea was to try to see if the people from Nimba County would support that team. I'm not sure if that's totally true, but they didn't get the support. People said Grand Bassa County team, they won the county meet, they should be entered into the league. But all of those players that played for the counties came from clubs. They all came from clubs. So like you have in the English league, you have Liverpool, you got Chelsea, you got Manchester. Those teams all, are from cities. And so the idea was to try to do the same thing, but I don't know whether it's gonna work. I mean, I think they tried. The idea came up some time ago, but people are still interested in the IE, the Barrow, the Liska, and Painesville United and Watanga and so forth and so on. Everybody wants to own a team. So I don't know if that will ever happen.
Thank you.
Well, we're out of time, so let's.
And I got one question for Sipley. Hey, Sipley, did you ever play in a county meet? You ever play in a county meet?
Yes, I did. It been so way back that it used to be called territories. I played for Sastan territory, even though my folks came from Ignises, was it? Yeah, Krukos territory. Yeah, my folks came from Krukos territory, but I played for Sastan territory. Obviously, my grandmother came from that. But yeah, I played in county meet. Yeah, I think Alba played for Bolsonaro and Bummy.
Let's start 18 talking that truth. Barrow beat who owned the land. Barrow won that game. Prosper Tandy, he scored a goal. Tandy again started his score, so you come with that fake story. Tandy again started. The game, as Tandy again started, people still coming on the field when the goal Barrow scored that day. Prosper Tandy.
Who talking about that?
I think that let's not say that. Yeah, he's saying who owned the land. They beat Barrow 3 games. Let's stop it. What wrong that guy? That game, I remember people coming on the field. The game I just started. People still coming on the field. Went, oh, people say, what happened? The Barona score. Pastor Tani already scored. And that one goal left with IE until the game ended. But though,
I know that the IE team, IE won the OAU Cup. I remember that. That's one of the games that was one of the most uh, exciting games that I, as a coach, um, one of my favorite Barrow players was Teto.
Tattoo.
Yeah. Every time I got handed the ball, my heart would be beating. And in that particular tournament, IE needed a draw to lift the trophy, and Barrow needed a win. And IE scored on Barrow. Teto and Kofi Bruce walked straight in IE goal and scored, redeemed. IE centered the ball, Barrow took the ball, walked down there and scored 2-1. And it was the last, I think, 30 seconds of the game. Anthony Gray had the ball going towards Public Works.
Great.
And he entered the box, and the Barrow defender was afraid to touch him, to avoid a penalty. And so Anthony Gray lifted his head as though he was going to cross the ball. And David Nimler, who was in the goal, anticipated a cross and started moving to his left. And just as his right foot got off the ground, Anthony Gray played the ball right under his right foot. And the ball just rolled right under David Nimler's foot, crossed the line, game out. IE lifted that trophy. So for me, when people ask me about the outstanding games that IE played, that particular OAU Cup game was one of the ones that I remember all the time.
Wow. Well, it's been a great night, and want you guys to give your closing comments, closing parting comments, and let us, all Liberians, wherever you are in the Newark area of Pennsylvania, wherever you are, make it your way to go and see greatness. People need you heard you have not seen it. I can tell you for a fact that he said, Mr. Weir said, they will shut down Newark. I can tell you. People been talking about it. From the day the man died, the first thing people said, oh my God, he will shut down that place, because the levy lay speak for you,
Yeah.
And so that's all about it, I credit. I have produced one of the greatest player in the world. So you guys, but just that IE and Barrow today is so sad that where they are today. It's sad. Well, I don't even focus too much on the European game because when I was growing up, the two teams we cherish, and Myean, Cedar, all these teams. But today, here we are. But Mr. Richards, I want to say thanks to you for your service to soccer in Liberia, everything you have done, Mr. Weir. You guys changed the notion about football players. People thought football players were just going on, but no, these are people who are career people. Most of the guys, most of your guys, your peers that came in some of the 80s, most of your went on to school, you played the game and went on to a career path. And today is a testament of what people are saying. And I want to say again, but you guys can give your closing, and so it's all yours.
Well, let me just say thank you again, Tomalin and David Daniels Davis, right?
Deeks.
Deeks, excuse me, Deeks, for inviting us. Abba was a friend, Abba had his own fashion. He made his own fashion statement. Abba with his suits. But he was a friend. He was an excellent football player. He made his impact, and we just want to, ask the family to continue to just be strong, hold together, and we look forward to, joining others in giving Albert a grand farewell.
Simply,
Brother Dix and Timo and George, thank you guys very much for having us here tonight. I just wish Big Brother Solomon Sipley and Ben Wisa were here as well. Those besides Mabu, as far as Liberia football history is concerned, I think Mr. Wizards and Authority, and I wish you were here to give up more insights. I've lost my brother. I lost my best friend. I lost a gentleman. I lost a father. I lost a grandfather. I lost a husband. My brother Albert now. Um, we were seven siblings. He was the oldest. The second, Francis, passed, is deceased, and I was next after Francis. And then Michael is next to me. James and Thompson, who are twins, the ones. And the last, George, is deceased as well. So we are five. We've lost our brother, and we are mourning our brother, of course. And I know again, Newark ain't gonna be the same as of tomorrow and Saturday. Albert, as a man, he was. I want to speak of him in the present, but I can't do that because he's not here. He anticipated a lot more of his life. Albert had a young heart. He don't even think he was that old, you know. But we already call you should have Peking. He calling your people up Peking, but that's what he religious. He loves that. Uh, we exchange gifts all the time. Like I talked about earlier, our birthdays almost the same day, and we were just good friends. In New York or Newark, in Detroit, wherever I am, I thought Albert would be there, and I'm gonna miss him a lot. I going to bury a wonderful, wonderful player, a good human being. And of course, he loved all friends, especially females, of course. Not necessarily his girlfriends, but no woman does wrong. My wife never does wrong. He speak more closer to my wife than I was. And of course, closer to Edukra unbelievably because I will challenge some things he wants to do to advise him. You say are too straight sometimes, and you tell Edwin these things, and of course, Timothy know Edwin, you say that you tell me still. So I will create a secret for him. But anyway, we're gonna miss him, and folks, come on, let's celebrate a legend. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you.
Yeah, I know we're having us. We met on a solemn occasion, but what we were planning to, we're looking forward to after we bury Albert, maybe in the coming weeks, we'll get back to you guys. Want to have a bigger show where want you guys to give a lot of maybe help some advice from our players. Maybe you guys get some ideas. Like Mr. Richard was saying, we want him to talk a lot of history about soccer, about Liberian soccer. Like he says, his uncle, the first LFA, Fofana LFA, and what a yeah, all of these myths, they were all myths about the man in hospital, he got to play, when he scored there, he went back, all kind of stuff. 1 year, all of these things, ask all the questions. People would call him. Mr. Richard is still around. We thank God that one God to give you more good health and long life because we want to hear a lot from Liberian soccer history. We'll reach out to you, have a bigger platform, and where you'll be the guest that day, and we'll question you. All the questions we'll ask it. Tell us about all these things. We want to know all the story about football and where we are today. Mr. Simply too, we'll definitely reach out to you guys to need all of you guys to be a part of that thing. Mr. Diggs, he's a historian. This guy, he know everything, man. In fact, the whole show, I will answer you. He was the dream behind it. When Abba died, immediately he said, "Look, I do something about it," and people started calling.
Thank you, Diggs.
Yeah, so
You're welcome.
Good.
but Siapa, it's up to you now. You can send us home.
Yeah, Mr. Richard, or Mr. Weah. I will end with Mr. Weah today instead of saying simply. I mean, thanks for taking all your time and sharing with us about Albert, the listeners, the viewers, and the folks in Liberia. I mean, it's a solemn occasion. It's bad that we wait for him to die to talk about our football history. But I think it's something that we should talk about more. I mean, we still have living legends. Some of us were blessed to be around folks that were lovers of sports. My father was a big sports fan. He played volleyball for the national team in the 60s. So, so he was a big sports fan. You talk about Taperawa. He used to talk about Taperawa as the best athlete ever known. and all of that, you know. So, you know, we're blessed to be around folks like that. And then also in the 80s, I mean, we saw some of these players that we saw when we were young chaps. We saw them come in the 80s to play, you know, through Dopoh USA. You know, I mean, that was big for us in the 80s, you know. And then when the Civil War, that whole gap just started. And I feel sorry for the young players today because they don't know a lot of things that happened before, you know, they came on the stage. So sometimes I think that their appreciation is not really there. So, I mean, the more opportunity we have to talk to, you know, Mr. Riches, Sipley, we'll get Mr. Wadsworth and Benedict on the show too, so we can, you know, have more to talk more about our sports history, soccer, volleyball, basketball, because I mean those sports are active in Liberia. So once again, thanks a lot.
Diggs, who's your father? Who was your father?
The late John Diggs.
Richelieu Diggs?
No, the late John Diggs. He used to work for Lamco, then he worked for the refinery.
Okay, you know what? If I need both of your numbers.
I hope I'm not in trouble though.
No.
Yeah, okay.
I got a photo of with a Diggs playing volleyball with Waldron Woods and them. I'm not sure if that's your.
Yeah,
must be your dad.
That's him. I think that's his best friend. That's one of his best friends. So I won't be surprised.
Okay, so
that's him. Yeah.
I need both of your numbers.
Yeah, Mr. Richard, before I let you go, tell me this: it's true that they said that J&J used to scare players when he coaching you. He'll ask you, you say the great Montgomery Francois. When you see that guy tomorrow, can you stand that guy? I used to say,
we went to Nigeria.
Yeah.
To play, and it was a situation where we trained, prepared to go to Nigeria, and we get in the locker room, and Josiah Johnson said, the Nigerian players, men like Christian Chukwu out there, Odebami, you know, the great Odebami, you know. So, you know, he respected the players, but sometimes, you know, I thought in that particular situation, you know, you were talking about Christian Chukwu, Odebami, mathematical, the fantastic dribbler for Nigeria. You know, you think we can make it with those people? You know, for me, I thought it was demoralizing our players. I felt, you know, in that instant. But yes, I remember that particular situation. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but you know, but Josiah is still alive. I visited him the last time. I had a long conversation with him when the former president was establishing his museum, or you know, where he has his memorabilia at the Invincible Park. His minister with our portfolio, Torgbean, and I went to visit Josiah because he wanted to interview him to get some information, you know, on football, so that they could include it in that facility. So every opportunity I get, you know, when I travel to Liberia, I try to visit with Josiah, or at least get in touch with him. You know, he's somebody who I have a lot of respect for. You know, he's a legend. I think one of the facilities, in my opinion, I felt that the football training center in Kehleboe should have been named after Josiah Johnson for the years he coached, you know. But again, we play politics with a lot of things.
Yeah.
I actually felt that for Josiah's contribution, the years he coached the national team, you know, some facility needs to be named in his honor.
Sure. Thank you so much.
If I may, I also want to thank lots of folks that reach out to me to express their sympathy.
Go ahead.
All the players, majority of Lone Star players, friends of Albert, males, Deba, when he first heard this, he made sure he went on blast on his Facebook page, and I saw that. The former president, spoke with me for about 20 minutes a couple of days ago, expressing his sympathy as well. I want to thank everybody, for saying these nice things about Albert, and thank you very much, and may his soul rest in peace.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much again. I want to say thank you, and we look forward to we'll be knocking on your door soon, very soon.
Knocking at your door very soon.
Yeah, this lady, she been praying for this day. That main call her Eugenia. She's into this sport. She want to sponsor the show for bringing these guys on the show. So she been talking about this show. Want to bring former players to come in. Yeah. So Eugenia, Mr. Bridges is available. Mr. Weir is available. So you sponsor it and we'll get it done. So we'll see it happen. We'll see it because we'll do it. And pray for them to get good health and long life because we'll hear all about it. It'll be that day we just talk about Liberian soccer, talk the whole history about it. Because most people don't know it. So some people carry lies around now. They lie, you know what happened. That I never knew that I just might say you play for different teams, not IE, but again, I heard it tonight that you play for IE, you follow your brother. There's a richest part knowing from IE.
What were you, Timothy?
Oh, Penny will say cameo. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, can you come on?
Thank God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, where you been?
I had to wait for my son to come home.
It's a
technology, man.
Man, but Mr. We said people been asking about you. Everybody refer to you as a sort of historian, though. But share your thoughts about Abba and tell us your relationship with him and your playing days with him and so forth.
What it is sad that just a minute, let me just say, yeah. Abba and I became teammates 1977 when I went to IE.
Wow.
And but before that, he started a few years ahead of me playing for IE. And I watched him as a striker with the ability of a medical doctor. How he goes for his team. He was precise. He was not the kind of striker who score goals because he was lucky the ball hitting them, on the knees or the head and they're going into the goal. He could actually dribble. He could. He had the ability to receive the ball with his back turn to the goal, and then turn swiftly and take a shot without even backing away from the spot of the ball. So when I went to IE, he was very few guys who welcomed me. I come from Barrow, and I remember that my first game against Barrow was for the Nehru Cup, and it was the last time that the Nehru Cup was played for. So when we were dressing, and he said, "Oh, with Benedict we say here, IE, nobody is going to beat IE." Confidently, he said that. And to me, to my embarrassment anyway, I chuckle, and I don't know what he was talking about, but he knew exactly what he was talking. So that he had a confidence. He was always optimistic. Even if we were down by 4 goals, he would say, "This thing here, you shouldn't joke. We'll come back and win this game." So his passing came as a shock to me. last year was the last time I saw him in October at the funeral of Daniel Bowman. He looked tired. We made fun. He and I took a picture. Emmett Trinity, we all were joking him because he couldn't stand for long. He was just sitting down. And I didn't know that it would be the last time. And I remember he was one of the guys who also was honest with his teammates in terms of telling them if in a particular thing, if that particular player was not doing well. He will come and say that, my man, you have to do this, you have to, play better than this. So I was writing something, a series about IE's travel to Sierra Leone in 1979, which was followed by the national team. And I got to the point in the last part of the series, I got to the point where the national team was playing Sierra Leone, and the game had just started, and within 10-15 minutes, Abba went down from the tackle by the Sierra Leonean captain, Umaru Sese, and he suffered a fractured bone.
Wow.
Yes. And I got to that point, and I was thinking about how to structure the sentence. And the news had not come out that Abba had died. There was a Friday night. I was lying down thinking about it. And I got stuck. I just couldn't get the precise words that would describe that scene, of players walking around, or the referee, the spectators, the Liberian spectators in the background singing the Lone Star Forever. So I was struggling, trying to find the words to describe the scene. So I left it. And then Foke Nepe called me the following day and told me that Abba had died. And up to now, I had not gone back to complete that because I'm still struggling. I got stuck, not knowing our life had ended. So he was, I would not describe him as a friend because we didn't hang out together every day. We kept in contact with each other, but we were not friends as two people who went out every day, who spoke to each other every week, who traveled long distances together. No, we were teammates, but we respected each other. We respected each other. If somebody was in a crowd and you saw that person first, either he would make an attempt to find his way to me to say hello as a family. And if I was the first to have seen him, I walk to him. So as a player, yes, if people were voting in Liberia for players who were put in a Hall of Fame, of course, Abba would be the first ballot football player to be elected into the Liberia Football Hall of Fame. So yes, we have conversations every time we met rather, about current start of footballing that we see today. And when we play, you know, our era and that of the people who preceded us was brutal. When I say brutal, people actually came to kick players. And then
We go.
talk about, I'm sorry?
I said we go.
Yes, yes, we go, yes. You know, the old days they were let the ball let the ball go and don't let the man go, something like that. You know, and we would talk about it. And so as a player, Abba was great. He was good. He was a good goal scorer. He didn't just do that. He could also dribble. There was a difference between in comparison between him and Pablo. Pablo was an aggressive person, but Abba was cool, calm, you know, and could actually read a game. He could dribble. He could take on defenders. You know, so I don't want for us to remember him as just somebody who scored goal, but somebody who was a total player. You know, and you will be missed. Yeah.
So when you play, you are playing number 7, you play number 9, right?
Yes. When I went to IE, actually, I didn't go from Barman. I was a center forward when I started with Barman in '76. I was a center forward, and then I went to Barrow.
Oh, you're a Baron Group?
Yes,
Oh,
you know, '76. I started with Barman, and then
I most of the people are Barrow, then they go out to IE. Oh yeah, Barrow, a great team, man. What?
Merci, Manu. Thank you.
We are all red for the one to IE. See? Thank you.
yeah.
Wow.
So so when I went to the Barrow, I was news on the left side because Waka was on the I was playing right wing, and I would play center forward. I mean, I play about maybe 3 or 4 games for Barrow. Then I went to IE. When I got to IE, the the number 7 right wing position was played by Heron Bernard, but Bernard at that time was leaving the stage, and there was a game against I think St. Joseph Warriors, and there was a deadlock in terms of who would play right wing. Nobody wanted to play right or left wings because it's something that you're outside of the game and the guys in the middle, they control which way the ball went. So so I just decided, I said, okay, I will play right wing. And it happens that I was lucky, you know, to have done good, to have done okay there. So yes, I did play for Barrow, and then when I went to IE, our first game was against uh, Barrow in the finals of the Nehru Cup, and we were camping. We went to a restaurant on Kirit Street, Kirit and Center Street. Okay, they had a hotel there, Rooster Restaurant. So when we were about to leave, we were still there. Barrow came also to eat in the same restaurant,
Oh.
and there was a football booth that the Barrow people had bought for me, and they wanted the football booth back. They wanted the football booth back. So, um, well, well, as we were just coming out, and they were coming in, and the team manager Charles Miller, he came to me and said, he asked me, where is our football booth? So I said, football booth. Yeah, he said the booth we bought for you. You know, so I said, well, And it was just about 2 months after, before I went to IE. So, so I said, I have the boots. So he said, we want it. So I said, no, did you pay me to play for Barrow? And the first two people who came to my defense, Abana and the late Tonian Stewart. Yeah,
Okay.
people know him as
The goalkeeper.
the goalkeeper. Yeah, and the first thing I heard, I was we are not going to stand by and see, you guys can't do your Gronant things, it seems that the medicine man told you to do this, to do that. Yeah, provocative word. So he and Tonian, they came to my defense. They were the first two people, and there was something about also.
He doesn't give me out. So we are already in time.
He would.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here already.
If he was in a position
I'm at historical. Go on then.
and didn't pass. I'm sorry.
You
Say that
went
again.
off. We didn't get the other part. You went off.
Simply.
Yeah. I tell you two I said I'm at historical. Get all night.
Yeah.
You got here.
Yeah. Okay. I will just stop here. Yeah. So he will come, stand by you, my man. You got to look at everybody. Which means you didn't give him that, but he was in a position to score. So he loved to score goals. And it is not by deception that people, for lack of better word, people call him the Caesar, the IE number 9, the nation number 9. He was good. He was one of the great players. He was a good person. It is sad.
What is just a number?
He wore number 9.
Oh, number 9, okay.
Okay, Simone, come on now.
No, this is not everybody.
I now, man. What are you talking about?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
What just a number? Simply, what number is away?
And I didn't have a number really. I didn't care about those things.
Oh, but Ben, we say you had a special just a number.
Number 14.
Oh,
14.
Really?
The fourth number 14 in Liberia, it's just that we don't keep records. In Liberia, at the time, teams used to dress goalkeeper number 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 starters that have people wore numbers. Until I started playing to wear 14. And that changed the culture. So whoever is wearing the 14 and try to claim it, tell that person that I started.
When you go on camp, is it to put a jersey down? Is it everybody expect that? So you know, selling jersey, you don't touch it.
Well, that's a fact.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you go when you go on camp, when the players are on camp, just in there, you gotta wait because the pool gotta get up to that jersey.
The team will put the jersey down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then it's the same player kind of late. And you and you better not touch it.
Wow.
That's true. About that, it was a shock to me. It was a shock.
Yeah.
It was a shock. you know, the group of players that I play with, Jericho is gone, Joker is gone, Johnny Grant, Anthony Nagbe, Raymond Motor, Henry Brown, Stewart, and now Abba.
Before we leave now, we're about to leave, but we're asking this First Nation tournament, that 11. Can you join 11, that 11-man team, the first 11 on our First Nation tournament? What is the 11, starting 11?
The first game, yeah, the first game, we have Philippe in a goal, Sakwa and Siple, Foke.
Solomon.
Yeah, Solomon Siple. Okay, you're right before the twist, yeah. Solomon Siple.
He played number 2?
Siple?
Yeah.
No, he was playing number 5.
The man was the captain.
Number 4.
The captain.
That's I played 5, right?
Yes, about number 5, and Siple was number 4.
Who are 2 and 3?
Foke was 2. Foke was 3, rather. Kokora was 2.
Oh, Kokora?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Kokora played on our Six Nation tournament. You know,
how you going to back in school?
Very versatile, man.
You know, Kokora, to me, Kokora, the greatest mistakes he made, you know, was playing in the forward. Kokora had remained a defender when he started with Bama and then he went to Barrow. If he had remained a defender, we would talk about him with respect as we talk about Solomon Siple and Sakwa.
Wow.
Yes. That's how good he was. You know. So it was Santos, Anthony Gray, Paul Bro, Marco Tapla, and Waka Heron.
And you're on the bench?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, at that time I had not defined again. I had potential. That was it.
Wow.
Yeah. It was after that tournament before I actually defined myself.
But take a look, you're one of the greatest players that played the game. I mean, you played the game, saw you. That number 7. Yeah, you brought a lot of things to that win. Yeah, you probably whistled dribble at one point in time. Yes, we saw it.
Hey, Tomalin, check your WhatsApp. Yeah. Check your WhatsApp, Tomalin.
Saw it a lot of times.
Got a picture down, Solomon Siple.
Oh, Solomon Siple. Oh, Toba gave him a 1-2.
He was captain, and we went to the Bento.
Yeah.
Wow.
We went to Bento. The president invited us there to Bento, you know, to congratulate us for winning the tournament. Wow. And also it was there that it became known the stadium, which is now Samuel Kedo Stadium, you know, the contract had been signed and the construction work was taking place. The preliminary construction work.
Oh, so I guess I haven't told. Wow.
Yeah. The stadium you're looking at there in Peaceville, there it was Tobal's government that negotiated the contract, and the preliminary construction work had begun, undergoing when the coup took place.
Wow. You see, but again, after every hour now, we'll call you guys here. You guys can't talk about the history because people want to talk about the same. Everybody will say refer to Benedict. You know all the historical stuff. But the thing,
yep.
Yeah, we gotta bring you back. Yeah, you about the game. But Wednesday we say thank you because of some occasion. Thank you so much, and we look forward to meeting in New York this weekend to memorialize Abona. Yeah, last time I saw a gathering of soccer players was Mike Gibson's funeral. I know this one will be bigger, even bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know when they say all the old football songs, you see the guys that performing, man. You think that you won't find But you won't put it down. You continue celebrating our. But it will be interesting in New York today. Look forward to that. Thank you so much. And look forward to seeing you in New York. So we are.
Thank you.
I will get my T-shirt. I will wear it tomorrow.
All right. Okay, I'll put your name down. You and Diggs. One extra large and one large, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be there, but I would just send the money just to have the T-shirt.
Thank you.
Simply, you on that side or you stay over there?
Yeah, I'm in Newark.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm in Newark right now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
We'll see you tomorrow.
So, yeah, God's willing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Definitely, yeah, sorry, you know, my ignorance about technology. Yeah, it cut me out.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. The next time we'll do a show.
All these things I say, hook me up.
Yeah.
Okay.
The next time we'll do a
Thank
show.
you.
Next time we do a show like this, it will probably be on a Sunday that he'll be accommodating, like a Sunday afternoon. I'll be accommodating everybody. You know,
okay.
The weeknights.
Thank you, guys.
But we have to do this.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Yep.
Tomalin. Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you, my man. Thank you so much. We held it down.
Oh man.
Thank you. Held it down.
It was revealing, man. It was
like people up in our bros to up there to watch their thing, you know.
I mean, we learn a lot. We learn a lot, though.
A lot. We gotta do it, man. We gotta do it often, you know. Do it often.
Yeah. Man, Mr. Riches is a football encyclopedia.
Yeah. I
mean, beside the big teams, he was naming all the neighborhood teams in different parts of Monrovia.
Yeah, Bajanike, I have a Bajanike.
I mean, but he was naming team on the old roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Logantown, Nukuta, and then even he's even up to date with current day activity with football in the country.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's good, you know. But then the sad thing is that the LFA don't memorialize these people. I mean, our dad, they act like this thing never existed before. You know, they just walk in there and it's all about the present and not the past.
Yeah, man.
You know, and these are the same people that watch when they watch European football. They see, the players coming to the field with a black strap on their right, you know, on the left arm or right arm, you know, all those things. You know, but we don't do it, man. We don't. I mean, we just throw our history away. You got people like Mr. Richard that can just say that. I mean, we spend 3 hours with him and we learn a whole lot than what the folks in the LFA know today.
Yeah, and in Liberia, one thing we don't do is you don't retire judges in Liberia. But if you retire certain number, nobody's wear a number
again. They retire Jesse. They ain't got no wall of fame. You know, I mean, none of those stuff.
Every time, and put somebody into the Hall of Fame. Put somebody picture that people pass and say, well, yeah, this is the person. The person played. The person happened. And you know, but
and you know, there's something he said that that has a real bearing. That these kids nowadays, soon they start playing for Division 1 year, they go professional, they go Malaysia, they go Singapore.
Yeah, I said it today. And then when they come out, they score one goal, then they play non-stop. They play for Marcel or play for.
If you look at George Weah, you know that a lot of people don't know about George Weah's professional career. When George Weah went Euro, George Weah was already seasoned.
Oh yeah,
he was seasoned.
That I think Weah didn't went to that. They went Brazil, right? Brazil.
They went Brazil. They came back. They opened the stadium. You know, when we play Ivory Coast with Sekou Bamba.
Yeah.
We played Zone 3 tournament. We lost in the final to Guinea, and then they play regular African Cup with IE and Wafu Cup with IE. I mean, the number of international games George Weah played at country and club level before going Europe, he was seasoned.
Yeah.
Even the Diego Drogba, Marco Issy and Samuel Eto'o, they didn't play for the national team until they started shining in Europe.
But we went to Cameroon for 3 years. But guess what? In 6 months, they went all of that place.
Yeah, he left with that. But I mean, when we went Cameroon, what was the tournament? was the LFA 50th anniversary tournament. That's a historical event.
Yeah.
Since we had our 50th anniversary, what year was that? 1988 or 87?
88 because I won 87 championship.
Yeah.
So
88, right?
88 because I remember that was the Zone 3 50th anniversary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the sign Tonnerre took him for 3 years. Tonnerre Claro Cup, but then he went there in 6 months. I think they were playing the African Club Championship. Club Championship when kind of calling Claude Leroy.
Claude Leroy saw him and he recommended him to Azam Benga. He went to Monaco, and the rest was history.
But when he went to Monaco, he was on the bench. I think they have Mike Higley, Glenn Hollow, Yusuf Fofana. They were the stars attackers on that team. I think, and they said one of them got hurt. Now how come they told we said you'll be starting, and we started that game. He's scoring all. The rest was history. How come he was on that team now? You know. Yeah. Our guys in today they're playing these substantial lead and then they won't be making morale. Come on. I think right now we got 2 or 3 kids that play in Europe. You know, Oscar Dolly, Devon Tier, they play for this. They play for the team in I think Czech Republic or Austria. You know what I mean? But why don't people play in France or in Juventus or PSG? Then why we not player playing? Why? Well, they haven't crossed that path yet. They haven't reached that level yet. I mean, look, it's challenging. If you don't have a vibrant domestic league, it's a big problem. And let me use the occasion to congratulate Tim Weah for signing his contract. I watched him sign his contract with myself. His parents were sitting there, and I said, yes, 25-year-old, you get it. You come and play for the big club, Olympique Marseille. Tim, go and make history. Go and do your own, man. Make history, leave your legacy there. And I watched the video. I didn't know he was very fluent in French. Oh, he speaks French too? Oh yeah, he was. That's a video. There was a huge crowd outside waiting for him. He went and he signed autograph, and he came back and said he was speaking French. I didn't. I said, wow, I didn't know he could speak French. And I said, well, he was there young, and he played for PSG at the PSG Academy. He spent time there, so probably he won on the academy there. Yeah, he started with PSG before he went to Juve. Oh, okay. Yeah, he started with PSG there. Mm-hmm. So. Wow. He funny. But he funny that full step. We have for myself too. Yeah, but that was at a retirement time, man. Oh, really? That was the end of the career. One Monaco first. Monaco won to PSG. Yeah, well, I bet Petty was the one at Marseille when he won the Champions League. Then he left PSG, went to AC Milan. He came back to France, right? No, then from AC Milan, he went to Chelsea. We have a lot of PB team. Then when he left from Chelsea, he had a short stint at Man City. And left after Man City, we went to Marseille. He had a short stint at Man City. Then he had a falling out with the coach. Then we went to Marseille. And then I think after Marseille, then he went to Abu Dhabi there for like 2 years. Then he retired. Wow. Mm-hmm. And Diba, he came from I recall the team in Cameroon. What is the name of that? He came on Douala. He went to France. Yeah, I think he played for Nice. He played for one team. They played on Valeries, one division team. Valeries, Nice, Anderlecht. Yeah, he was every week for that team. Then he played for PSG briefly. Yeah, I mean they had a spell. I mean those guys started playing for Lone Star 85, 86 when they came to Brazil up to 2002. That's a long spell. Because the last go around was Mali 2002, right after we missed. I thought the school the last go there. No, I mean that core group that we are 11. The last go around was the Cup of Nations in Mali in 2002. Oh, okay. Yeah, so after 2002, I mean everybody hung it up. Everybody went separate ways then. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean let's do this again. Next time. Yeah. I think probably next time we'll probably find a weekend day like a Saturday or Sunday. That'll be accommodating with them. And Eugene, you need to come on the show. Stop with it. And she into soccer though. She's working with some players there. They're doing a lot of stuff. Eugene, GW, yeah. She's into soccer. Where she's there? Where is she? I think in Colorado.
Oh, okay.
In fact, they did that Dibas were appear. She sponsored that show, but when Dibas went and say the people yeah play that thing that day, but he sure can't. But she said she'll bring him back again.
Good luck on that one there.
Yeah, they bring him back. But you John, get involved, man. Get involved. Let people see you. Come and let's make it happen. You know?
Yeah, but at least what I mean after the burial, she said she in Illinois.
Illinois, okay, Illinois.
What about Illinois, Chicago land area or Springfield?
But I think she moved. I heard she moving on to your end.
Oh, Minnesota.
I'm making a mistake, but that cool play you want to move there. That play, but now again, it's like getting cold as that. Our time.
No.
After the week when the trade school open, it's like cool. Yeah, they're gonna enjoy the summer for 90 days. No, for 45 or 60 days. She moving Chicago. She living in Chicago land.
Chicago land, the city and other surrounding suburbs.
Oh, really?
Chicago land area there, yeah. Yeah, man. So, hey, man, give my number to. Hey, you should give my number to Mr. Richard, yeah, so I can get that picture.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, so I can get that picture there, and then the next time we do it was a nice show.
Before, let me just talk some more politics before I go. Look, when the drug march today, I supported bots. St. Jackson said something. He said, why people didn't march when they caught that $100 million drug at the time? Why did they march? At the time, she was ready march. And when they caught the people, let the people go. And when I wanted to march, you
see the mistake we're making. They didn't let the people go. Only a drug bust. If you want to catch Shafadi for drugs, I gotta be in possession of the drugs. So who was in possession of that $100 million worth of drug? It was Abijade, the importer.
He used frozen goods, right?
So the imported this thing to the country. Then they tell the police that these guys want to buy drugs from me, and then the police arrest these guys. But these guys don't have no drugs in their possession. You arrest the people based on somebody telling you that this man came and said he won't buy my container and got drugs in it. Yeah, so the people they put arrested, they took to trial. The people never had no drugs in their possession. It was based on the Abijade people allegation that the people came to the country to buy this container from them that got drugs in it. So if they had told you that, you tell them, say, go ahead and do the sale. If you know you're not part of the drug business. Then when you do the sale, when it's in the man's possession, then you nail the man. But the container was in possession of the consignee, and the consignee was Abijade. So they need to ask Abijade how the drug get into the container. And you guys don't have a relationship with these people. So somebody just filed a container into Liberia to come buy drugs from the container. Yeah. So the government blew that whole case up.
For me, I think they should move more. They should take more action on drugs. They should put a lot of money towards the fight against the fight.
But the drugs, the drugs is a 3-point thing.
Yeah,
the enforcement,
the
enforcement, the treatment, and the deterrent. So the people that are not on it right now, you got to work to make sure you got to kill the demand. The thing it's a supply and demand thing. The demand for drugs is high.
Execute people for it. Come on, man. I can't execute a man who's had addiction.
The man is sick. So somebody's sick, you kill them.
I kill them for what? I mean, what you should focus should be those who are bringing the drugs in the country, who are the forces, those who are getting the drugs in the country, the rich people. But trust me, that is a big money game. So another poor man bringing drugs in abroad.
No, my man. Who knows? You probably got to put in law enforcement that workers cover up for those things.
I can bet you put a reward. So you spread throughout the general community. So you tell us, you come and tell me where the drugs hide up, who the real folks. Give me tips. We'll give you reward. People will break your seat, kind of put out the new will come up. Come and give you tip. You go, you grab that person, you raid them. They will stop it because they are doing this thing because of money. So they're doing it, they're harming our generation. But the thing, bro, is that
our law enforcement in Liberia, they like showcase. They showcase everything. When you're fighting drugs, there's very little showcase, there's a lot of intelligence. Because the people that bring that drug in the country, they're trying to slip through the protocol, the procedure. So you need a lot of intelligence. You arrest a woman from the airport, I say you might free her. You arrest a woman at the airport with some of the small bag with drugs in it. You make it to be a big case. Arrest that woman, take that woman there. Probably that woman is working for people. You know what I mean? But as soon as you arrest her, you make it to be big news. This small little bag or something, you make it to big news, the people go under.
Yeah.
The people go under. So, and then you need a drugs enforcement task force. The NSA got to be involved with intelligence. The police got to be involved. The immigration got to be involved. LDA. It can only be LDA. One LDA can drive it, but you need a task force. When you got that kind of epidemic in your country, you need a task force. You need a task force. You need to put money into treatment facility outside the city. When you say raid the ghetto, how you take an addict go put in jail? Wait, you take them out of there, all the dilapidated buildings that they're using as safe houses, fence them and tell the owner, say you got 1 year to occupy this place, or the government use eminent domain in the name of public safety. Yeah. Finish. But you do it. The first man had the LDA, trust me, that guy is not qualified to be in law enforcement anymore in Liberia, in private security, Seleke Kromah, because he doesn't have the character to be an LDA. It's not a showboating job to hang a badge on you, suit like Miami Vice and walking around. No, it doesn't make no sense. You work under the cover of darkness, you surgical, and when you hit big. It's simple. I mean, you got porous border, so you can man all the border point, but you got to be strategic in those places. You got to use intelligence. They hold in the great United States. They use intelligence. They use sophisticated surveillance to track drugs, and it's still coming in here. Then what about our porous border? You just got DA people walking. The DA people patrol the street. You got police people.
One time I went to the airport, and the dog, we had a sniffy dog in Bowman. The dog, it went in line, right? The man, he going so like this. But the dog ran around me. I said, what's this? So I was like, I said, let's somebody say, my man. That guy you're there again. I put something in your. I said, hey. I said, you said myself quick. He said, put something in my clothes. I said, I'll tell you. I was sort of going to the camera will put the camera because I'm bringing that in the country.
And for some reason, I mean, it was a nice showing, but it'll always make the tiny mistake to not get a politician involved because you just make them look good.
Yeah, they should have let them get involved in our march yesterday.
Because the bigger mistake they made before even the march, they went to the Capitol. They're taking picture with Dylan Amara Conan and we say no to drugs. The people been lawmakers, how the people pass any law or the people allocated any money to fight the drug problem in Liberia. Where you take a picture of them for like some serious advocate for the drug business. We do anything. Our first instinct is to always cater to politicians. So the people are never in a hard seat to do anything because we just cater to them. Yeah, I mean, how much money you put into drug enforcement? How much money you put into rehabilitation? Nothing.
We're ready, man. We're ready. We know. We're ready.
Yeah. I mean, rehabilitation centers. We got none. How many rehabilitation centers the government got?
I said I want to deal on some of that. But the VP said the building. He said the building somewhere in Benton. He said they get an area that they been for. He told me. He said, yeah.
So how you build rehabilitation center 18 miles from where the simple people smoke the door? So how far from rail to Benton?
For me, I think prison and rehabilitation should be the same.
No, yeah.
You keep that in a rural area in the earthquake because like that, for you to think about walking to go get high or something, you would think twice because the distance. Yeah, but you make it accessible where they can just sneak and come and infiltrate and can't sell to the people. Then that what will happen,
Because the first thing you go somewhere that total way inside off the road, you build a rehabilitation center there. You try to put a fence, you getting them clean, they're going through the treatment, they're learning gardening and all that thing, so by the time you go there, but from Bensenvee to the rail line, how far is it? You make you walk on the road, get on pen and come out of the rail line.
And one thing too, you do that stuff. Look, and they high profile personnel there. When you catch them, but like proper that country, I had to get say the person they have the guy from from New York, George Santos, right? That fake lawmaker. He's 7 times. But yeah, like brother say, oh, minister, this representative this 7 times in jail. They don't do it in that country. It will start doing it that impunity, right? Where if somebody Joe was found guilty of betrayal between the public trust, they are trying to take bribe or do something. When the judge say the jury come down and say you guilty, they send me for 5-10 years, and they say yeah, somebody inside in that prison there, we will start changing or do another one. They put you in jail every Friday. You'll come outside, you'll be cleaning the street. Maybe you think twice. You say I'm not going to see I'm going to put me in the street, be cleaning the street. Yeah, do it. Put that orange thing on there. Put that thing on the phone. That'll be clean the street. People will stop it. But how come we're not ready? Yeah, not ready.
No, I mean, if
But
you
the
were,
transformation leader, like bro, just be the same.
I mean, they had a good showing. They had a good showing. They were in the rain, it was dedicated.
Yeah, I think I saw glimpse of it. Yeah, everybody was involved.
I mean,
So, we presented a statement today.
they had some people there standing on the top of a flatbed. They said they came from the speaker office. They came from the speaker office to kind of accept the petition.
What did you somebody can you couldn't go for the statement?
Yeah, they couldn't go in.
Man, I saw it wrong, man. I'm really pulling it.
But so now they present a petition. We in August. We coming go September. We coming go to budget circle. Let's see how much money goes to war, drug enforcement, rehabilitation.
When they say they're cutting down, they're cutting down, the budget is being cut, and they put it into certain area. Then I'll say, yeah, like bro, right now.
So let's see. So when they cut it, they'll cut it from where?
Well, for me, I think you cut it from some of the things people getting, my man. Look, like, maybe go to the in the executive branch, the legislative branch, cut it from there. Judges, what do they the justices of the Supreme Court? What do they go somewhere giving them cars that the budget is so heavy, giving them that kind of car? I mean, I understand you want the integrity to protect the integrity of our judiciary, but I see that too. I mean, what kind of cars are giving them for what?
Yeah, the problem when it comes to car purchasing, like bro, right now, there's no stem like anybody can buy any car.
This one come for that Guinea Bob come for.
My man,
How about running your president?
the man will take out the fatigue and for president well Kosu.
Hey man, he should not run
the president.
He should organize election and let the poll win.
But let me ask you something. So when somebody win election, then what you would do with your life?
But he been for almost 5 years now. Without him,
what you do with your life?
Organize election, and when you retire, say okay, let the country will get back to you. We're done. Well, you're still getting involved now. I mean, that president thing, do that. That president thing, very sweet. Everybody want the.
The man got almost 30 car convoy.
I saw the thing. I said, what's this?
With the heavy weaponry.
Yeah. I mean, look at the kind of cars that in that convoy. Then the money, the fuel, everything. Then the guys and the manpower you got there.
The manpower, those big machine gun, let it go on the battlefield. You know, and then who gonna run against him? If you run against him, you just going through the motion.
You'll win.
The man will win. The man got state resources on his side.
Ain't Ouattara electricity running again?
Yeah, I mean, and that the problem with Ouattara then. So Ouattara change constitution, start new term. He turned Finney. He's still running outside the constitution. ECOWAS ain't saying nothing. If the military get vest today and say, get out of here, we're taking charge, then ECOWAS will release a statement. So I don't understand when you say then they say, oh, but that thing an internal matter. So when the military take off for somebody that decide to abrogate the constitution, it's not an internal matter. It's a sad thing. You 83 years old, you've been president. What? You going to a third term or fourth term?
Look at the other one, the one I can pee on yourself. What I want in South Sudan. What is that?
What you doing about South Sudan? What the man from Cameroon? The man 92-year-old he running again.
How do not Ahiju, the Paul Biya, right?
Yeah, Paul Biya running again.
I mean, what is that, man? You don't want that can go in the country?
Yeah. But what country you governing? Your country just taking care of you.
What? By the way, I mean, I've been having debate with people who know Uncle Joe may not see re-election, but I think he'll see re-election.
Who, JB?
You don't want to rescue the country and take Liberia to a different level, but what I see now, I know Uncle Joe, and I get all you wrong. I beg you, yeah.
JB will be a candidate 2029.
Wow.
JB got an extra kick in his step. Be a candidate 2029.
Well, when everybody was calling me, they were calling, I had a call Sir Joseph before. Is it Sir Joseph? But I ain't no party. Men I thought, I say, no, I'm not in no party. I just in Utah right now, in Utah. So I ain't no party.
Somebody told me you were in Minnesota this gone weekend.
Hey, you were there.
The news all around, they say the man coming bring a party. They call it PAP, People Action Party.
On Monday, I had to track the man. The people calling me, say, but wait a minute, sir. I ever say you in party there, I know. So I say, I know where they get it from. So I say, he said, well, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but so I said, somebody, I run you, don't know. I said, yeah.
The man got People Action Party.
What? I go ahead.
People Action Party, PAP.
PAP. Wow.
That was somebody wrote on Facebook, so I know how true it is.
I think I heard that name.
Yeah. PAP.
The more the merrier, right? The more the merrier.
Then they say, oh, he's running for president. I said, no, the man running for president. But you know, the Liberian political economy, everybody from political party to have a seat at the table went down to bargain.
I will be on the ballot, but when my tally come, I will come with next time announcing our tally. We're coming.
You've been in the battle for what? Magibi District 1?
Ava Jones, don't get scared because I'll take it from you. And you want to listen to your party. The party give money. The party will be supreme. You disrespect the party, they will deal with you. But right. I cannot do what I care.
You say ain't Ava Jones his second term?
If it's second term, he won't go a third term now.
No, but so wait, me party me supreme. It may be the second term. It may be 12-year representative. He's a part of me supreme.
He won't run state, but anyway, politics like bro is funny. By the time I count all the people that Willie and Jimmy, they'll start coming back home the other ways.
Well, I mean, that's a long way to go. It's a long way to go.
Long way to go, brother. We see. We pray for long life, good health, and see what happens. But
it's a long way to go. The government got to work cut up for them. So, I mean, things that the global economy is not what it is. You know, that it's not what they anticipated. We got massive costs from Trump with USAID, all that USAID gap. You know, all those things. I mean, MCC is going to come back again, but it's going to take a while.
That's going to inherit that if they improve it.
They got to put a secretariat together. Secretariat got to write a compact. Compact has to be presented. They have to accept. They got to accept it. Because you write compact on different sector of the economy. Do your economic constraint analysis, electricity, energy, roads, or whatsoever. And it's okay. We'll take this one. The last time we did it, they decided to take energy. And I had to help with the distribution and the hydro something. So this time around, I hope they take roads. It'll take roads. Let them build a southeast corridor for us, from Buchanan to Airport. Let them build a southeast corridor, because that's a whole part of the country that is just on tap.
But someone told me in the government said that they said what they wanted to do. They wanted to put the cable, whatever the case, in the ocean. Say they can do it, but he said it cost almost I think $2 or $3 billion to do it. So if they can do that, with Liberia high electricity for whole country and even supply their neighbors and all. But they got to do it. They got to do it from the ocean, and it's expensive to do it. I said, but I don't think we'll get it now.
Oh, what cable?
They were speaking to me. I ain't know because I like all this.
Where the one I learned over the weekend was that.
They said when they have the PHP park, because they can't bring the park down, so they got to do it from the ocean how to do it.
No, the thing at the PHP park is the fiber.
Oh, the fiber. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the fiber, and the fiber, that's for telecommunication, internet, and phone, whatever you. But I mean, we do have the fiber in Liberia, just being underutilized. We're only using the fiber at 45% capacity.
Wow.
Yeah, we had the fiber in 2009 in Liberia, so it's being underutilized. With electricity, I just found the other day that it kind of opened up the power generation sector, so somebody can come in and you can go in and build a power plant and get an agreement, build a power plant and sell the power to LEC. So LEC will only be the LEC will focus mainly on transmission and distribution, because the problem we got right now is that's generating power. Because so that's why we keep buying power from Ivory Coast through the CLSG thing. But we got to be able to generate additional power into the country. So they got companies that are expressing interest to come and build power plant.
Liberians to prioritize. Oh, yeah, let's just say prioritize it. Give it to get somebody run it. You can't run it. What? Let's do it.
Because we're not only they're running it, but the problem with these state-owned enterprises like the port, the LEC, and the airport, because they are state-owned enterprise, so any financing that they have to take over $250,000, it has to be signed by the Minister of Finance, Minister of Justice. Any loan they have to take, so and then by taking loan, because the government got to approve it, it goes to your government debt stock, and then the IMF get involved in that until you say you're taking too much debt. So the only way you can get around it is to privatize this entity where the government be a minority shareholder, have a management company, that the company can go seek private financing outside the conventional concessional loan. See, because that's why the people they in Ghana with the Ghana Airport Authority, they're a private entity. So that how they can get $300-400 million and expand the airport. But in Liberia, if Liberia Airport Authority need $5 million, they got to go through Finance Ministry and Justice Ministry, then got to go on the government there. You know what I mean? So, I mean, you strangle a hole, you can't move. You can't move. The same with the port, the same with LEC. LEC want to build a new power plant. The loan for that power plant will go on government debt because they're state-owned enterprise. So that's some of the things happening, and we keep holding these things like inheritance. We don't want to let it go.
The problem, guy, you get all the things you get is Sapo Park, then all the GC, all the things you get, but where, yes, there, Mora, he's saying that we don't have in the country.
Don't let it go. And then, I was telling somebody today, the last government, few weeks before the election, that's when they passed that B Mountain 25-year concession agreement.
Oh, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, in September of 2023, they secretly passed that they gave somebody 25 more years to mine, go out of the country, and we're collecting peanuts.
Nonsense, man. Man, now all left out.
Yeah,
now
so
all left out.
And then we go begging. You mortgage your country, then you go beg. Where can you go? You beg. Where can you go? You beg. You know.
It's sad. How about being a great day?
It's been a great day. It was a good show tonight.
What happened in Minnesota the weekend?
Minnesota the weekend? Shit. Let me see. Man, I don't know of anything. I don't know of anything. I don't know of anything this weekend in Minnesota. It's gonna be the same old.
I'm going to Minnesota for a minute.
The guys on Saturday morning, they go on the football field, old time of practice, sit under the tree, merry, and that's it. And then Sunday they got this local recreational league. I didn't know that one of the few Sunday to look for somebody. I haven't been on that few Sunday for more than 5 years, and they got a recreational league. They had like about 5 games going on at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah, and they got different Liberian team. And trust me, I didn't know none of the kids that were playing. Yeah, there were back people selling meat, roasted fish and all that stuff. There, I haven't been on the field for more than 5 years. Wow. But that's Minnesota for you.
Last night we're having a ball, my man. A ball, but I kept. I said no. My exit. I said, hey, One point I said, no, this is my exit. Let me put a glass down. So what happening now? Because
Oh, so you drove home last night from?
oh yeah. When Baron as it bad going. When bad is going to Baron, second Baron, he gone. As it bad going. I said, no, but Ronnie, Eli, myself, we left together.
Yes, yeah, Ronnie. I saw Ronnie in Minnesota the week before 26. He said you were coming back. I don't think he has shown up yet. So you come back, I will see. All right, man. It's called a night.
Yeah.
It's midnight.
Yeah.
Thank folks. We'll do it again tomorrow. What's on the show tomorrow?
Tomorrow Friday. Tomorrow nothing playing. I know Kehleboe Gongloe were coming on next week. I know that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then I think the popular minister somebody else will come.
The popular minister can respond to Jesse.
Jesse tagging the message man incompetent. All right, I tell the man incompetent.
Oh, he said he's incompetent.
When you're not a corridor, man, building a corridors. Said meanwhile, yeah, get that thing. When you went, someone there, and somebody called the carcass name. I said,
Be careful. We live, but don't say anything that's say. The carcass. The carcass is splitting head. Yeah, but I think when it kind of winter time, we should probably work on doing a weekend. Doing a Sunday afternoon show in the winter.
Everybody will be indoors now. Best time to do it. So right now, that weekend alone, the weekend, the Basel having something in Pennsylvania, the Berry Abona in Newark. Then Martin having her
festival.
It will be, I don't know, it will be then the following week. They bought funeral, Tennessee funeral is the following week.
Yeah, Tennessee following week.
Following week is funeral.
Yeah, I think Cottington is in Maryland. I seen weekend too.
Then I think then Labor Day weekend. That the Basel Unibois having a program in Pennsylvania. Yeah. Then the Chuba having their own in mid-September in Houston.
Yeah.
So
September. As soon as September ends, then everything finished. Then everybody, all the enjoyment finished.
Yeah, but when the schools in Minnesota opening?
We open the Tuesday day after Labor Day.
Yeah, because I know in Georgia on a Monday the schools in Georgia open.
They open early because those schools are closed in May, but we closed the second week in June, so we open the day after Labor Day. Okay. So like my kids, like their high school, the day after Labor Day will be the freshmen. The freshmen will go to school that day. The rest of the students will not go to school that afternoon.
I got two more high school.
Yeah.
Man 16 starting 12th grade. Yeah, she should be turning. See, I was smart with that again. Because her birthday is September 2nd, and school opening at that. I said no, I will not put a girl behind going from. So that how come most of this for PS she one class,
yeah.
So yeah. So
my daughter June. She June. Yeah. So she's 16, but she ain't 11. She's going 11th grade.
Yeah, by the time school opening, it'll be when school opening the next day. Still without her birthday, I said correct. See.
Mm-hmm.
So then the following year another. Once the last one finished, now then I'll set now. Then I can focus on be moving that draw now.
Yeah. Then you be ready to run. You be ready to run for this.
But you see, 2029. By 2029, all the children will be in college before that time. But by 2028, all of them will be in college.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
the last group graduated 2029.
Yeah, the last group and last she'll graduate 2027. So by the time, but next year I don't want the following year. Then I'm ready for Liberia now. Yeah, go Liberia back and forth. Liberia will rescue that country. They rescue that country.
Okay, good luck.
Rescue that country. Then Ben Sanvee can say, when you say these are the country you want to rescue, the country you want that for, yeah.
Eugenia, you see what Eugenia said?
Yeah.
They say the child's brilliant scheme for the mom, and now you.
Oh God. Hey, yeah. GW. You know the guy speaking before?
No.
The guy got gifted voice, man. She come on it. She make appearance there. People say she might call the time.
Well, I got the show.
Okay. Somebody said I'm send your number to them. Okay, number. Okay.
Who's that?
The person saw you in Cape Town last December. About a travel.
Who's that?
The person said since I have my number. I was saying here, said I saw him in Cape Town last December. Wow. And once I ever left Cape Town, you're in Nairobi. They bought to travel the world.
Now, who's sending my number to?
And you're not small man. The person that talking, the person not small man too. The person that talking there, I'm representing the person that has a serious potential candidate of 2020 now.
I'll put a name in a private chat.
For example, I call a name. I will say your number. You call. Me say the one. The person not small man. What?
Tell a person I don't answer on no number.
Okay, man. Yeah, answer the number. Every time I stop. He says stop. Yeah, but the person it keeps coming up. I was somewhere the other day. They brought it near again. I said,
The person running for president. The person got money.
When the person posted about the man, the person should stop. I said, the person not do the person will make good person. For me, I believe you may make a good person. Let me say the number to you. You call in front of.
Your man Aaron Crew was just giving you a hard time today.
Don't mind, you don't put me in that seat. You're not on. And before watching the show, I'm like, I play what big yeah. You know what I show you? Yeah. You know what I show you? I'm gonna call me. I'm big. Do that.
Yeah, he said you can't call the
I got the alert. I said okay. No, I'm just going to that route. I'm big. Yeah, I'm going to route.
But you know, I mean, what it was, you see people casually and hello, but I mean, talking to Mabu Richard tonight.
Oh yeah.
And the relationship that these guys have developed over the years. I mean, they like people that live together in the house for.
Oh yeah, but look, you see the weekend, my man. The guys, man, yeah. I mean, it probably Josiah Johnson, man. Man, so man, yeah.
Yeah, look, I just brought him here a few years ago.
They honor him. They honor him. They gave him flowers there, man.
Yeah,
man, so.
And I mean playing the 60s, coaching the 70s and the 80s.
He played and coach. Yeah.
And you heard my say the training center, they even name it after him.
Hey man. These are the real legend, soccer legend.
Yeah. I mean, I was impressed with the relationship that they develop and continue to maintain over the years. I mean,
the person I missed that Bay Ray, man. I used to enjoy him when go to the functioning, man. He lecturing, but man, that's all day probably lecturing.
Yeah.
Lecture all day. Tell you about 300 games there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, and I mean, guys, yeah. I mean, it was. And he was just saying it with ease. I mean, he was calling those names. I could just sat there and just let him just talk all night. You know what I mean? It just absorbing. It's absorbing. I mean, I say, and the sad thing about our country, we are not short of good people.
No, man. Look, I mean, I will tell you, man. Liberia need a transformative leader, and say, all we need.
We are not short of good people.
Who it? Like today, somebody called me today. I was having lunch. Called me. But you say, Georgie, so that they feel news them all year that they knew that news we should just rely on that. Why other person? I said, but I said, you gotta be intentional now. You can't right now. And look, you have nothing to lose. Take the risks. Say, look, we'll put in the movement together. We'll do this thing. Yo, go for it. And trust me, people will start shaking. Because look,
I mean, we're not short of good people. I would just
you can disrupt the disrupt them. Because
I was just amazed. And we'll bring him back. And the day when he done with his book, the book release, we'll bring it back. And this other man, Charles and Mr. Walsworth.
Yeah. If I keep telling you, I'm gonna find it a bit quick. I will try. I'll go Maryland again. I will try to reach.
Yeah, I think he's in the Virginia era, and then Benedict. I mean, we got people that besides writing those things. I mean, there's some of them were eyewitness to those things. I mean, Mabu Richard eyewitness to Liberia in the.
Mabu, brother with Avanja Riches.
No. I think I cousin it too. Mabu Richard's father is the late Joe Richards. He was a mining engineer.
Oh, Joe Richards. Joe Richards, what I meant that he passed with that man?
Yeah, the tall old man Joe Richards.
Yeah. Oh, Ahipa?
Yeah.
Oh, we got no Joe Richards. I bought him before.
Yeah. But then the man started to show the manpower. Are you first captain?
Oh, so Ahipa with Joe Richards?
Yeah.
Oh. But my was that young going in early 70, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. When somebody when I said the person agent when he hit 80, now I say 85 now I say
I mean he teams himself.
Wow. 70 by reaching Australia another 10 years, right?
Right. What he said he's 73 years old.
So I mean he's still young.
Yeah, he's 73 years old.
Good.
Yeah, looking good for a 73-year-old.
Yeah, looking good.
The cognitive ability is intact. I mean, he remembers stuff from the 60s. You know, he's a young man growing up. He thought about playing football in Suakoko, play with people from Sinje, coming playing coconut plantation, playing on the old road. I mean, it was just amazing. It was just amazing. And then the other thing you said that, these guys didn't go to Europe, but these guys came here and got education.
Yes.
And that somebody we didn't bring up tonight. We didn't talk about that person and his love for football and what he did. But these guys were Saint Bernard.
SB, yeah. We need SB, man. No, I witnessed the man love and generosity of the soccer close range. When I and Barry the practice on FE, when they come practicing, they go to SB hall, they cook, they eat there, all of them will go. But you Barry, man, you cook egg rolls, try and get them money on SB. I do him. You love the game, man.
Yeah.
The game.
I mean, these are people who are just. I mean, he played the game too. He played for Lone Star.
Yeah, he played too. SB,
he played. And these are people that that contributed to the game based on the love for the game. Well, not that they didn't have deep pocket, anything with the game. And that one of the things that started hurt football in Liberia. It started in the 2 years. When you minister, you son team president.
Yeah, but how people got popular?
Yeah. They used the team for they used the team for popularity because.
Let me say, I think Kromah we do so. He said, I get the team of Guru. I said, so when the man kind of fear, he said, we're giving IE 2 today. 2. Say, they say,
but the team was a good team. I mean, the Barrow team was a good team.
So you kind of whether he rest on, he kind of feel. You say 2. 2. You go to 2. They 1. Oh my Lord, man.
So I mean, they did that patronage, and then when
I enjoy my life. My life, God bless me, man, because I won't lie about it. I was born in Firestone. I did not take water put in my head to pull in the drum. I won't lie. I was born, open the pump, I was talking water there. Yeah, took back, went to school, come back. Teacher me said I couldn't hear us saying that no Liberian now much. So what they taught me, from there, but I won't lie to say that the war came before I started struggling, I'm eating the Bubba John and I read actually.
he said the other levy I knew they existed.
Go in the morning, we should go to We used to leave from we're in Camp 2 in Habel. So the morning we'll get up, we'll go to the Orange Grove. We'll get there, because we'll get in a canoe. They will be in the night, they put fishing at night. They bring the buka there. You get you buka then for rest. We care rest.
Yeah.
Battle to that way season, that battle system, rest and buka, yeah, we bring it home. When you make a profit, you take the right, put it on side, that one you buy again. Yeah, then, yeah, man, what I'm good. What I'm good.
Well, show me a good wall. Show me a good wall. We'll go, Johnny.
Yeah, what I'm good. And one thing I learned too, people are out talking. If somebody say, Sefa, they get the money, I got the money. Don't tell them say, tomorrow morning, you can take your chef and then take it for the same day.
Take money.
The head of storage my man. The person say, Georgie, the in-government now, two of the in-government, they say, my man, the man must say, we got the money, we want to go buy the spare parts. Then the man say, he say, something to him. So, okay. The next day, Abraham says, skin at him. Say, man say, so that money out to the main house. So, my man, say, the money went to the, I think the accountant to Oro. Say, my man, that go to that woman, that money. When he got there, almost say, suppose I say, hey, the money you got, bring it. We want the war coming out. Say, they give her share to the share. Say, say that money is still that woman, then what happened? Then the money the war carry, I'm begging you.
But they were lucky to find her.
Oh, somebody say, my man, I got an S-man for you. You put it in the GBF quick. I come here for you, man.
You know that thing happened to in Liberia 2022 was sitting somewhere, and the guy said, "Let go on the highway close to the airport. Somebody got some money for me." I said, "My man, we can't go tomorrow. We got the money. We can't go." The man said, "Let me tell you something." The man called me, say he got my money. I'm gonna postpone it to borrow between now and tomorrow, so it can happen. And I will say, "But I use the money."
Yeah. No, but imagine those who are treasurer or who are the accountants and the bookkeeper then, who have money in the office, right? Collecting money for the day. Imagine they came and then they roll close. Say, they came for instance do the July circle, right? When the rebel enter Dubo Road. So imagine that. No, before come, if I were fighting to come, even come to our office, but it was done. So I say, hey, and the house got killed. Fighting to go across to go get to the office to go open the decks or but so not only sleep over, you can make it.
The man said, "My man, let's go." Imagine around 3:30, we went through traffic coming from the Oro, just to get on the highway. And the time they started the highway construction. The road was so narrow, they had a ditch on the left and ditch on the right. Try to go pick up that money. The man said, "I can't postpone my money. I gotta get that money."
I'm begging you there, we'll take it for you.
Whether the guy was sitting at the point, the guy said, "Oh, you guys show up." He said, "Yeah, it's all right. For 10 minutes, get the money. The guy went back."
Imagine my beginner time they say when they say when Ben brought for that. So it was really heavy because so go now. Ben said, but you know we come because they went there. I'm thinking,
yeah. Hold on. The point like bro, you get money for them. They can be car where you do shuffling, they will come.
Oh yeah. People will come. And then you promise man, you promise them forget it. They will be on your day.
I know somebody came to me 8:00 in the morning. They were in the yard already.
Oh.
On the highway, and they came from way on the other side of town. I'm like, I say, how many cars you told? He said 3. I'm like, what? And yeah, 8:00 in the morning.
Man. You're not used to, brother. You're not used to.
I say, how that I go, man. How that I go.
Man, I think poverty that disease, that I'm joke, that disease.
Wow.
I can't accept it. I reject it. But I'm begging, man. What? I mean, I think go harsh it, my man. For what? That my portion? No, not portion. What? I mean, you literally struggling. Can't you get food to eat? Nah.
I mean, Tony, you can get food to eat. The place is hot. You're living under strenuous condition. That's why you see people in the country, every small thing they're fighting, they just get mad.
So the guy that went to the bank, I'm robber.
I didn't even read that story there. I just look at it and it looking like clown show.
Yeah. Somebody said, oh, is it I'm robber? I said, La Bro get out too. Boy, go and bank, put the boy at gunpoint bank too. That one
You say you unrubber the dragging you like someone.
Yeah, but I know I was reading Jackie Bruce post. Bruce say you're talking about Eve gender. It's Eve gender. I said, then I saw it different. Eve gender. Then I saw it.
I didn't follow it. The only thing I saw some notice of in the government saying that the people that own that land opposite shuffling, you know where they're building that estate building there. Opposite shuffling, I think they say they come and do some surveying and all that because all along that land for the government, I know how the people decide to build.
Okay. And the crash in Ghana. What caused that crash in Ghana?
I heard a couple. I don't know. They haven't investigated yet.
I saw something that real crash. I saw the video that it hits something.
No, but no, the helicopter came down. The helicopter came down. Everybody down it, but I know they haven't investigated. I mean, it's too early to determine the cause. But I saw the video where the Ghanaian Air Force plane brought the bodies and they were taking the coffin. Yeah, the other guy, Mutala Mohammed, I think they got a couple of Muslim money to bury them, but they brought the body.
I saw President Muhammad coming from the funeral.
I saw them taking the bodies down out of the Air Force plane with the flag over. It was kind of sad, man. I think there were 2 or 3 ministers. Defense minister, environment minister, then they had some MPs and what are you? Then they had 2 or 3 military persons. Yeah, kind of sad.
Wow.
Sad day.
Very sad.
Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, so yeah, I mean they'll do all of them, they'll get in the state burial based on religion. I think the 2 Muslims they had to bury them today because the time of the crash when they recovered the body, they had to bury them today. And the same thing happened when Abacha died. They took Abacha body to Kano. They buried him. Yeah, they didn't get in a state funeral.
Yeah, I may have that. Wait, Sani Abacha. Somebody, I saw him when he came on Tiro inauguration. I saw this tiny man. I said, man, powerful. It is so tiny man.
I had a powerful security force, man. The man was part of just about all the coup and prior that he facilitated all the coups.
General Sani Abacha.
Mm-hmm.
And I had one another general.
The one that replacing General Abu Salim Abubakar.
Man, say go for it. The one I drove to Dodan Barracks and say, okay, I'm taking over. I can announce the coup. One of them.
Oh no, that one was in general. That was I think that was Dinka. They had 2 of them that tried coup and failed.
Oh, okay.
And then Abacha had a bunch of Yoruba generals in jail that were found guilty for treason. That Peter Malu headed the tribunal.
But Peter Malu not died, right?
Yeah, Peter Malu died. He died on diabetes. So those guys were the number 2 in Abacha government were in jail. Was be killed when Abacha died. Yeah, the general. I think he was chief of defense staff. He was number 2 in the government.
There was Samuel Victor Malu, ECMO chief of staff, ECMO High Command. Join the guys on ECMO High Command on the movie. See this Guineans, Senegalese, the Gambian, they all in line. ECMO High Command. When they went for a meeting in a convoy.
But guess what? Yeah. You know doing octopus. They don't matter what in Liberia doing octopus.
Yeah. And he the one that restored some order in the town.
No, but he wasn't a commander though. He wasn't a commander. He was just the chief of staff then. He wasn't a commander.
How Ghanaian, Nigerian friend, the man said, the Chancellor General said, Ria Amara. He said, look at you. There's a man who cannot even pedal or kino because he's a Ria Amara. He cannot pedal because he's a Ria Amara. He said, you can't even pedal or kino. And he said, Ria Amara, this.
But the people had Navy division.
They play with title general.
But the Navy division never go on water. They on land fighting all day.
Man, put a joke, man. I allow you joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big tattoo. I'm a general. I'm a colonel. What is it? It's a general deal. General one. Man.
But you know, we had a conversation. We'll do the 1 hour late night show. I go to bed today. We had a conversation the other day. We're talking with some relatives, and something came up about 1980. Do you know that 1980, after the coup, when they're arresting all the people, you know that they didn't arrest any Totman?
For real?
No. Sher Totman was senator of Maryland County. He was never arrested. They didn't arrest any Totman.
Oh, really?
No, they didn't arrest any Totman.
But where baby Sher now? In Liberia?
I think he began Liberia, America. Baby Sher, that man,
Baby Sher.
Yeah. So we're saying okay, the people say they came to get rid of the Two-Way party, but they didn't touch any Totman.
I thought about. But when I talk about the one who is ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire as a Toba.
President Toba told her she ambassador to Cote d'Ivoire. Okay. You just look back. The Winston Totman, the Robert Totman, the Sher Totman, none of them were arrested.
Oh, they're still alive, right?
No, they're still alive. And then Winston Totman became Justice Minister. And then Robert Totman became Finance Minister.
On a do.
Yeah, Robert Totman served Finance Minister once upon a time.
Do credit. Do when I sample in cabinet too. Do have point jokers then you want to syrup for them.
The progressive that one made the progressive them mad because Doe got rid of them by 83, Doe got rid of all of them.
Those say they say what made you free the time Ellen addressed Yula, Ellen called them idiots. I think pissed do great addition. So you call idiots. So they asked those. So the question is, what made you to do this? They can't release from prisoners. So what made you to release? If you say the sinker hand you to remove Ellen Johnny Charlie to I said, okay, guy.
Yep.
I don't want to get do change she get to until that time.
Yep. The people stood their ground. The people stood their ground at the fire when they said they were not taking their seats.
Let's not try it. Hold a minute. We still get see a big
the only person I knew took their seat was Twan Red.
All right. And when he said he made some speech.
Yeah, because the Twan Red from Great Crew County, he took his seat. Yeah, but Ellen and Northern took their seat. Ellen Harry Green Sr., he didn't take his seat. Or they didn't take their seat there.
EJS, like Omar, when they feel from Belly, they asked her, they say, Man, study, how do you feel? He said, I feel more committed to fight for justice and equality. I said, Man, no. Oh, you see, they train that you train when they do that. Amanda, out of that 10 nothing off. They should have they are jokers, they're serious.
But Tony, Amanda, the Amanda way too keen for South Africa. The Dopoh not even singing that song, the NMO.
Yeah, Amanda, Fisica way too. You see that? Hey, Amanda. Aluta
continue. I like it.
They can get my nerves. What's this? And they talking, making noise. But then one of the super were calling for the government solo. And I found out you're good at it feeling now.
But yeah, that one talking. I want to get in CDC. They call Ivan. We said I ain't talking.
I'm going to enjoy you. I can enjoy that boy. Somebody said, oh, somebody said, I made a brother boy just the UN just for battle crap and the boy after the UN. I said, I'm begging man. The boy outside the UN day, boy getting battle crap. I can enjoy that ball. You know how to introduce people to the podium. Oh, you gain 10 minutes, you make the battleground noise for you.
Yeah. I mean, the guy, we were talking one day.
You saw him up morning. I want to go up my kid around. He said, you lay down on the road that the car. He said, I'll lay down tomorrow. I said, yeah, he'll lay down the road. He said, I'll lay down with you on the road. That car came in. I said, they got a joke.
Tomalin, that man will call the radio station and everything in Liberia. Like Clarence Jackson, this is activist McLean Randall calling for the like intellectual section CEO. So I asked him, he said, I know the guy. I said he married. I said, yeah. He said he married. I said, then why you work? He said, well, we're working with. Like he the one that go to intellectual center. The one time I was doing weird time, I think there was some kind of conflict in communication between the UN mission and the foreign ministry.
Yeah.
He called the show. He said the minister should be working in Paris Pursuit. So in Paris Pursuit. So Clarice said, hold on, my man, hold on. Don't use no B word my show their money. He said he said, okay, the minister and the ambassador should be in constability. He said, okay, I'll talk to you later. I said, but what I told you yesterday, I said, you go to university campus. You saw you open an accounting club, geology club, engineering club. You go to student government and you just talking food in there all day. Then when you come for the work, can you work?
And they guess what? When they want money, they say we need to do some intervention. I'm money now. We need intervention. We need intervention. So intervention, okay. Yeah. Not intervention. Then they'll tell you, say you gotta, you gotta put in a budget. You gotta pass the budget, intervention. Politician and then 5 and 6.
You grown men, they get up in the morning, they say they go to intellectual center and sit down there all day.
I say, hey, remember who on school when I brought you know, now they defro guy. The man go shit, the man cost all day. Then he saw bang and shit, Ben say, what you want for? I didn't have that for that said. The man gonna say here. If you not cost all day, you can say here.
Moby Connor say, oh yeah, Mabu father was the founder of IE. Similar was Captain with Lone Star. Yeah, Moby Connor, the IE point guy. That former IE point guy.
What Musa that when is that?
Yeah, Musa Connor.
I mean a grumble.
Former IE point guy. I
remember when people play basketball, you get figure beat all day. Get smart.
So Moby coming the one you can rejuvenate IE. You gotta go find a 6-acre land for that Lawrence don't get.
My father when they won Ghana and don't get everybody land G. I
don't know, I get find that one. And then Nora Hope say we're talking the show we're talking off the cuff now.
Nora, I'm sure Nora at work. She ain't out there. Me also working. Nora working in business before.
Nora Hope and it's James Kromah. And so George Alowada said he got he wasn't feeling well, right? He could come to show too, but he wasn't feeling well.
Yeah. But you see, Ben the man said you can't count. Now the only way his son to come and work for at some point on. I said, oh. Yeah, so wow.
Yeah. Hey, but you can't reveal the message. He played for Bama and Barrow before going to IE.
Yeah. Wow. So they know. And I got Coco there. I know you're defender. That man is keep the man on the bench. I mean, they'll keep him on the bench. He'll be on the bench the whole game, right? The last, that's about to tell you. Someone say, he said, I now run behind him now Barrow all day. Then the last 20 minutes, you just say, Coco, my girl. When he said, since I was on the field, I was hearing the noise in the background. Coco, when he walking and jumping, Coco, he said, hey, who coming on the field again? Coco, what? So, and Coco can run, so trying to make the field and push the ball for him. He run, he said, man, the man all around me, I have to go to school. And make it a crowd. Coco. Coco, stay my bro, stay alive.
Wow. And so the elected people they will not honor none of the people. I mean the guys, I don't understand the people. They don't. I mean,
before I leave, man. Do you tomorrow recommend I think the president said on your own campaign trail, right? That they should to create a health fund, right? Where Liberia tax for health so that certain amount of age, certain age you have free health because that fund will be there to pay for it. Like they will everybody will have that health fund attack, they will charge them for it to create a health fund. Because when they talk about it, feel that the pregnant women will not be allowed to pay fees when they get in service. People say, well, the president promised free health for a certain amount of people. I tell you what the government, I think they got to rescind that decision, but they say, oh, they were leaked, but people say, well, they didn't leak, they plan to do it.
But I mean, who writes something like that on paper? JFK is a government hospital that is financed through the budget. Then you're telling a citizen that you won't get treatment because you pay money and you're in dire need. I mean, who writes it? Then say, oh, it was a proposal. I mean, who even posting that on a piece of paper? We come back to the same thing. This concession agreement that we gave away for free. Let me give you an example. Last year, we were talking to Dr. McIntosh Gateway. He spent a lot of time in Botswana. Botswana, one of the most stable countries in Africa, never had an uprising.
Yes.
When Botswana gained independence, they had less than 2 mile paved road. They were a poor country, and when they found diamond, what they did, they came up with an agreement with De Beers, and the president passed a law that all the proceeds from diamond will go to only 3 things: healthcare, education, and infrastructure.
Oh.
Today, Botswana is a middle-income economy. Nobody in Botswana go more than 15 miles or 20 miles to go to a health to see a health practitioner. They got one of the best healthcare delivery systems in Africa. From the lowest level to the upper level. And all that is based on the proceeds from the natural resources.
All right. The sad part, when they put in the interior, when they're going to go get vaccine, the women can start walking the day before because to get to the toilet giving a vaccine. They say so when they're pregnant, they're walking, they're with the baby in the back. Ah man, look, they hash it out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a group of Liberia that don't get anything from the government. Like those deep southeastern area, where they get from the government? Nothing. I mean, so now they don't even have cell phone towers over there.
No.
Yeah. So then you government hospital, you 100% financed by the government. Then you telling your citizen that we're proposing that you will not, even if you're in dire need, you won't get treatment because you pay.
I think it's just. I know health is not free, but a population of guys just not there, man.
But don't to do cesarean section on a woman. Like if you are medical practitioner, they will tell you cesarean section most of the time is done to not to save the woman's life or save the child's life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Most people go through natural birth. Then you deny it because of money.
Well,
you deny it because of money? Come on, man. I mean, let me tell you something. Sometimes these people, the whole idea of public service doesn't exist in Liberia. That why and they got it right name for it, Liberia. They call it government job. In not public service, it's called government job.
No, but I'll be honest with you, right? The player reach maybe in America and sport, but for me to go take an appointed job, because it's one about that country, right? If you my boss, and the minute you come somewhere, my whole level change there. And I can't talk. I can't because my boss there. That picture this thing I can't stand.
No.
Then somebody who close to the preso or to the boss, somebody will I can frisk you on you. Quite the minute you phone and they say, okay, and the next thing you say they come in fire you, suspend you. Man, I can't stand that crap.
I mean, the first thing you in the play, you won't even outshine your boss, man. In anything you do, the car you drive, the clothes you wear, you always got to be. You play second fiddle to him.
That's true. Because you wear something, you say, I'm making it on.
You go.
Tomorrow call them free. I like call them.
But You move from here, you carry your own car, your car better than the man car. You can believe that car when you drive and drive the old car they give you.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't stand that thing. So what is it?
Because when they put in the office that captivating towards you because your car and you flash it, the man will not like it.
Yeah.
Because you getting their attention. You know, I mean,
like I said, if I go on official, Thursday I'm going on farm. Thursday evening I go on the farm. I'll do my real.
Let me tell you something, bro. With Starlink,
they come here.
You know, Starlink. You know, Amazon. You know, Amazon is in the process of releasing their own satellite to the Starlink equivalent. The constellation, they come and put the satellites up. They're pretty close to it. They got the permission from the government too. So obviously the price is going to drop. For those things, you can live anywhere. You got your internet, you got your phone. If you got a nice remote job, you can sit down right there, internet, phone, laptop, and do anything where you say and make money. And make money. I mean, that's where the world going. And with Starlink and the Amazon own project Kuiper, and I think they got one coming from China, India too. They're releasing the thing. In the next 5 to 7 year, internet will not be luxury.
Oh yeah, I know.
Internet will be luxury.
That cell phone, when cell phone came started, I said the first time I saw cell phone in Nigeria, it was 1992, 94, 92. The late MQ Abiola. We making us see. I said, the man talking us telephone on the cell phone. I buy telephone the time. I said, man, your telephone talking to the man. Look at that. And then
Mr. Connor.
Then one body comes Siaka. He's on in bro. I'll go carry to soon. I'm going to go make my call to America. He's a child for 5 million or 3 million to call America. Yeah, small phone. Yeah, when you call, and it'll say, you know, when you call for like bro, right? Then that sound can when they put pick up that sound, that sound. They put it from the States. Man, one of my men, the man said, I have visa my coin. I visa my coin. I said, I call him, the man said, you can't hear me. I said, I can hear you. I said, yeah. I said, I can hear you. Say,
I can hear you.
I said, so I said, now I'll do. When I call you, I say, I need 2.5. You say for you? I said, I have 2.5 in America next week. For you? I have on my list then. When I call you, say, oh, Georgie, hey, I was not right. I said, correct. But you tell them, say, Bama ticket, they will flip on the baby. I'm going to buy ticket. Yeah. You tell them, say, I got a visa.
Mr. Connor, you're right, yeah. Liberia problem at the lawmaker, the legislator. We know that one for sure. At the biggest problem.
The president too can use it. It's easy. You can do something there, you know.
The biggest problem, you got 103 men, 103 men and women that ain't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, they never, or they won't audit themselves. They will just play that game with audit.
But you know the funny thing, you know that made me laugh for them, like these senators and thing, they will go on the Senate floor, they will be complaining, all these SOEs are not contributing to the budget. The SOEs we can see, but they will never say I will use my oversight responsibility to get it to get a SOE financial reports. The SOE,
the whole cartel.
The whole SOE.
When the budget year comes, I say, okay, so if I hear in the ministry, I post in the budget. Yeah. When the budget pass, give my team. That's the thing. That one, they say they were moving Kofa. Somebody probably said, my man, Kofa can talk about audit. Team will let him go all the minute with behind, you know. Then one audit, you know what I mean? You want to destroy all the people, you want to destroy there. So, wow.
But Musa say, if they bring that audit, they will chase people.
Probably you're going to put on our place. Yeah, we'll probably put them from the show there.
Okay. The people play with too much money for no reason.
They're going to get money out there. Our put just, I don't know, just by lucky.
I mean, but the car, you see the kind of car that will be driving, the be driving those 6-figure Land Cruiser there.
And then one of them told him, the man said, I said, my man, there a car picture, he said, yeah, Georgie, that car called $96 million. I said, hey? He said, you know how they? The first allotment, the first 45,000 for my allotment, I put it inside. I said, oh yeah, he said, yeah. Then the second one, I called it her pay son and I said, wow. I said, okay. I said, but so I don't go take care for my bro. I said, you don't need for America, don't do it, man. I said, man, run away from home. I want to go get that thing. I said, okay.
Yeah, I mean, how you buy $100,000 car?
Where the roof for it?
$100,000 car. And then your man buy Mercedes G-Wagon.
Who?
MHP, CMC political leader.
Oh yeah? G-Wagon?
G-Wagon. I like, what kind of gas you put in that thing?
Well, 2029, we'll see what happens. All right, we'll see what coming to we'll see about it.
I said, well, tomorrow Friday, like, bro, it'll be a slow day as usual.
Tomorrow Friday, yeah. Tomorrow Friday. The August starting finished now. We're starting new to come tomorrow. Every guy's something new.
Oh yeah. So when I saw today, they did march and they presented the petition in finished now.
Yeah, finished now. My bro for you, my man.
No, but then what the government official they were marching for? They put us so.
You should not get involved. You know what I mean? They let people march. They put feed that y'all trying to get us a credit.
Yeah, so what I'm marching for? I didn't get that part there.
Yeah, so. Well, tomorrow Friday.
Mr. Conner, you are invited to Conner show to talk about basketball.
I invite that man, but you not invite me. I think man, I want to invite you to come join, but you won't do it. Yeah,
you invited to Conner show to talk about basketball. You will talk about basketball. You talk about basketball in the 80s, mid to late 80s.
We don't tell the team honor you. There's a program that will tell you something. One thing you gonna show that they flip on you, then you say why can't be?
No, we don't yet to we not yet to do any gotcha movement.
Yeah, like gotcha movement.
Yeah, we have to educate our listeners and also educate ourselves.
And now Trump bring me to line. You got Trump. The man told the press every day. He said, ask a question about. He said, look at you, you're nasty. You're very nasty. That's a nasty person. You're a nasty question you're asking me. Why ask like that?
Today the iron by the SP5, he said, is the Democrat, because we have had the best 6 months ever in American history. And as far as I'm concerned, that's bullshit. You're feeling with that?
Well, if on fire, they had a lot of statistics again. I said, hey, the guy. Interesting, but I can't lead that pony in Labura.
All right, my man. Let me hit the bed. I gotta be later on your side. About 1 o'clock on your side. I think the only part
I go do what you like when I go to bed in our room small. That's our room.
Yeah, you like coming work and I know she on Labura time.
Yeah, she on Labura time.
She on Labura time, man. Okay. Also, we're on Care Radio, right? So we're coming go on Care Radio, right?
Monday we starting new when everything there, yeah. Okay, then from there today we go we'll be officially registered in America now in Pennsylvania. We got for the Canada did well in the Peabody. So we got 501c, we got our registration, everything in the city, so we can solicit legally now, and we got our pages, our website is being fixed, everything, because we got the station won't be relaying the show. So when I'm talking, I got something on Zoom line, but that thing, I know when I talk about it tomorrow, they're affecting. I know it says some people involved that won't bring that company there, but that's Zoom line coming. I feel knowing the names.
What do you mean Zoom line for the second time?
You want to bring that? Can you bring corrupt with them? Bring your like repo, you won't get that job. You take him further, getting that job for what? I think they call that. I try my name is Sonny. Somebody tell me say, we not pass the law. We can't change the law again. Let it be so. Because you get interest inside. And look, the country is just like this.
So it's something bad for the country. You take over, you just follow it.
Yeah, you know what? And that boy in Burkina Faso about the boss said, you don't take nothing out of the country here. He said, well, he said, we won't care, sue us. I want minerals staying here. How long you come here, tell out your care, you get your quality now?
who told when people say, "Oh, it can't be done"? I tell somebody, I say, the people just tell you they think because they benefit more. What mean it can't be done? They benefit more.
Yeah.
You think if our president tell you say I got evidence that you got the bribery, you got bribe people to pass this law. I got people willing to.
That's you there.
That's you there.
You see? No.
Yeah, she not working now.
Yeah. Today, we're going to talk about health. Today, we're bringing a show to that. All the things that finish. We're bringing Baba post. Have a fake flyer in your name, Chimani. Put your flyer up there. You will come.
We'll bring her Sunday. We'll bring her Sunday to talk about health.
Yeah, can't tell about health. So some taboo. People want to talk about it. You want to talk about it. Yeah. Want to talk about it.
Oh, I said, man, what number you put in? What kind of phone number you send me so?
The person said, man, call them. The person said, you're in Cape Town. Call them. That person is a potential candidate for 2020 now. So the number there.
Let me check that error code and see what error code is that.
The people they were saying, Tula Gibson, they get a fight, another fighter too. Hey, ANC fighter out there. They call the great Tula Gibson. Tula Gibson, LeBron female basketball legend.
Oh man, don't make her first case. She wanna know legend, man. She wanna know legend.
Hey, well, what the girls there? They are people Barrow, the nursing girl. Where are they?
They're training that bro. Torres and Tora Nelson.
Training Kehleboe team. Hello.
Yeah, they used to play for Samaris across the bridge.
That one that Bo was in that, right?
Yeah, I think Bo was in Gloria Anderson. I think one of them passed away.
Oh.
But Tiola was now a superstar. Tiola was bench for more. Tiola spent more than the bench. Probably Tiola added probably 5 points. Her whole career average of 5 points.
They got bad.
It's a lie. Tiola average of 5 points.
Yeah, the one at bench, right?
Tiola career average of 5 points. That 2 basket and a free throw.
Oh, Tiola's a host. But is it I'm calling defending her? When I say no. And defending her.
Show if you're thing a line, then let us show tape, let us show video.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's Gloria Anderson. It's Gloria Anderson. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Tiola average 5 points. 5.3 10 over 2 rebound.
They got you bad.
They call her 5.32. See, you want MVP. You want MVP in class league. Intramural class league. Kind of sure, can't defend yourself. They said she was a good rebounder.
Oh, can I say on a rebounder?
Yeah.
You like Gibson. Yeah, rebound, all you devil.
Yeah, rebound. That female Dennis Rodman.
She get about to her friend and people go back there.
So the rebound about she passing. You want MVP. Okay, Tiola, can talk about female basketball in Liberia during your time. So you can't talk about call you equal, then they'll bring whole story outside.
Tiola Gibson. I ain't coming. Tiola, you come one day. You come.
You come. We'll come and say the link. You will come.
You come one day.
You can't talk about the basketball.
Well, I'll be in a DMV era next week for CMC, my boss, and that's it. Yeah.
Man, let me ask you something. So, how many weekends I spend at your house?
Man, I spend We know we just talk about. Somebody, I in my organization there, my
Methodist Church, Firestone.
Firestone thing there, important thing there, yeah. And when people like when members there, like when they die or something like that, we involve with them.
Then last weekend you went Houston, you came to Atlanta, and you came back.
So we are chilling my era now. Yeah.
But you go to Newark, so you drive on PA to Newark?
Newark, I know, but Newark, maybe I'll go to the Waco because the funeral, I know. Because
Saturday you won't go to Dopoh Festival.
No, I want to know what I'm going to do because also you're not coming. Oh, is it Tira, a defensive player?
Yeah, do
Tira, not real player.
I didn't allow my Kenny.
In the first minute, she get fouled. She in foul trouble already.
Yeah. She asked me where he coming. He asked me where he coming for the Dopoh Festival.
I think so. I know, yeah, because we got something. People got something to do. You got no right. No right, but no.
Yeah. She coming. Start because she coming. No, don't start in midnight Gazoo.
Man, no. No.
Me, I don't swallow dumb. I don't swallow dumb anyway.
You don't swallow?
No, I swallow, but I don't swallow dumb, man. I started doing that about a year and a half ago, man.
I got one of my men you have been swallowing the man. You don't eat rice. Your pastor automatically you don't eat rice. So wait, I eat. I will plenty of things eat rice. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So what? I thought you do it yourself.
Wow. So buckwheat, you eat buckwheat and what are you?
Yeah, eat buckwheat. Yeah. You don't eat rice at all.
My child barely eat rice, man. I do quinoa, I do buckwheat.
Yeah.
I do cauliflower rice too. So.
That they want a long green?
Cauliflower rice, they're almost like GMO stuff, man. It kind of frozen, so I just put it in the microwave for 2 minutes.
A processed food eating so. A processed food there.
No, cauliflower, man. Cauliflower. But you say the reason I'm coming. Either work, I don't travel for festival, Tila. I travel for church-related activity.
Oh yeah, they happy basketball? I know you're gonna play specific role, rebound and hold the ball, defense.
Let's go on Facebook page and see if she get basketball picture there. I can be on Facebook page and see if she get basketball picture. We'll post it up. We'll make a flyer by Liberia Adley.
Tila Gibson. Tila Gibson. TG. Yeah. What's in us? My uncle tell me about what was in talking. Tell me about. But some accident that took place in North Carolina was on Liberian student at one point in time. He said, yeah. He said, happened way back in the 80s. It happened before the one that happened with Kehleboe. The accident happened in Liberia. I said, wow.
I'm here looking on TG. I'm looking on TG Facebook page to see if I can see any basketball picture.
Playing basketball is not all about scoring. Also, she admitted that.
You see, I will not spoil
you. Has the role. So Tila when I was scorer, she will play part of foul and then rebound. Okay. Yeah, because she played too much foul her friend and then they took her off the game. She was in foul trouble. Tila was a good player and she played on. Oh, she played on the starting too. Oh.
What was that did she play on?
But Tila will be big in the bench because when I entered the first foul, so now in that level. And I knew all the first 5.
The way you actually play on those team.
So you can play basketball against Tola. Okay, what's stopping you?
If you like get your girls then ready, we'll do female basketball. And then we'll know the truth.
The guy tie feel when you tie feel you be smiling your man on the court when you tie feel. Yeah, then when they blunder you, I think you're captain for IE too. Most like corner.
I'm a barrow man. I get what IE people mean.
Tell her IE want to, eh?
Tell her IE want.
But tell her yourself to that. Let you go join IE on you. You see what the man calling that IE man.
I said, my man, you saw your man more Ali cussing your man.
Who are cussing?
Your man.
Who you cuss?
Oh, your man from the Utensil Network. Spoon.
Oh, he cusses Senana?
Call the man criminal. I've never been to police station. I put in the chat group that go watch the little clip.
What he cusses Senana?
Oh, all right, that cussing here now. I never been to a police station. The only time I went to police station was CDC arrested me for no reason.
But what did I still not him, man?
I beg you, Jerome, man. I think it was just a means. It was just a means to get to an objective. I need that man no more.
Wow.
Let me see if I can find that play. I put it there today. I told you they didn't have to play.
And then as if I go and get it very.
When people have criminal mind, when they see everything they think is criminality. I've never been to a police station for anything of such. The only time I went to a police station was when the CDC government illegally arrested me. For Stanton to sit on his show, he thinks Liberians listening to him will always believe him and just talk loosely about anyone. I will not let it go. Me, I can form my own battle. The only person who will be afraid to talk are those who are engaged in bad things at the administrative agencies. As a matter of fact, what I have instituted at LWSC is that every year we call on GAC to come audit. Then they pour outside if we are doing bad. As we speak, the GAC is auditing. They will come up with a report. We have no capacity to influence GAC's audit report. As a matter of fact, we don't even see the auditors. Isn't there somebody with a criminal mind who will sit on the show to think that when a budget is a sign of...
Yeah, it's long.
I mean, I was telling man, they falling apart now.
That's it there.
Well, they still with a diesel. They were close.
My man, let me tell you something. You know the French Liberian people, if somebody screw me over, they say, oh, that's Siafa, they did it to me. Siafa said that I may get to that, no me. But that the person tendency of screwing people over. So when you get there, you will be next in line to receive it.
Well, Still got another extension today again, so.
Oh, he got another one today?
October, yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Wait, but anyway, you know something? These people here, they're not only like, bro, we got that cheap law enforcement mentality just to put you in jail. Yeah, when federal prosecutor carry to court, he's seeking one thing. He won't get a conviction. You get a conviction, they can put you in the room, they can put you in your house, they can put you in a cell. They don't care. The idea, they won the case, they got a conviction. A conviction is a conviction.
Oh, yeah. Well, see if I'm more begging stand now. Oh, you begging stand now?
Oh, I know what I want.
Oh,
I don't follow the people there. I saw somebody sent me that thing today. I put in a chat room.
Oh. It shocked me because he was the last of kin to stand up there. But he the one was still hanging there.
No, but man, don't kind of show no more.
If I got better, then banner too. But Bonnie who Maxwell, he not there again. Dollars are not there.
But Dalu gone to cash reloader.
Wow.
But then one day he took cash reloader. The next day he say he get diaspora equity fund for put money in. I like something wrong with you. I like something wrong with you.
And if I gonna put Blackie on his boss. Jeremy Limerick, he said until they pay them. And you know I don't know how I still doing it, but the minister of the LBF board reports to the minister of information as a boss. I don't know whether he's still doing it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought LBF was a separate.
Yeah, but yeah, the board chair for LBS are the minister of information. Yeah, so remember, yeah.
But you know the journalism business in Liberia is so upside down. That whole thing, that money.
But you know, you got journalism in China right now. You know that, right?
Yeah. You know the whole thing, that money. And for the life of me, why do I have to leave my ministry to go to information ministry for a press conference?
Yes.
Why can't I have a assistant minister for public affairs or a director of public affairs in my ministry to serve as my ministry point of contact? So when everybody go over there to do press conference, they don't pay. They will pay Mika. I'll have to pay another government agency for government to do press conference.
I know, right?
I just a waste of money. They had to call the media engagement. Tiola come and go to bed, so we'll stop.
Okay. Oh man. I'll see you guys, man.
All right, man.
Okay.
Good night.
Man.
Yep.